Chapter 13 of Christina by L G Moberly. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. You have been a friend to me today.
Rupert would have found it difficult to explain why, on the following afternoon, his steps again turned towards Mrs. Nairne's house, and why he assured himself that it would be kind to Cicely to go to see Baba again, and take the latest tidings of the child back to her mother. He only knew that he had a great desire to sit quietly in that fire-lit room again, to feel the sense of peace and home-like tranquillity that seemed to hover about it. He only felt that in some inexplicable fashion Baba's new nurse, the girl with the sweet eyes and gentle voice, rested him, that her simplicity and some childlike quality in her soothed the pain that tore at his heart. Women had played no part in his life until one woman had played an overmastering one, and all that his passionate adoration of Margaret Stanforth had cost, and was costing him, gave an added charm to a nature devoid of all subtlety, simple and serene. Across the stretch of years between them, he regarded Christina as little more than a child, but it is often from a child's hands that the passion-tossed, world-weary soul can find most comfort. And as Mernside for the second time sat in the old-fashioned sitting-room, and had tea with Christina and her small charge, he felt that in some indefinable fashion, the girl's hands were unconsciously soothing away some of the misery that chafed his soul. She showed no traces of her embarrassment of the previous day. Night had brought its own counsels, and she had determined not to disclose her identity to Mernside. After all, she reflected philosophically, I didn't do anything wrong, only something silly, and it is all over now. Probably he has forgotten all about the stupid girl who wrote him that letter, and anyhow, he doesn't think about me at all, excepting as Baba's nurse, so it would be foolish to make a fuss. Having come to this determination, Christina, with characteristic good sense, put away from her all thoughts of self-consciousness and embarrassment, and allowed herself to enjoy Mernside's visit, with much the same childish delight as was evinced by Baba. And if the two showed their pleasure in different ways, it was none the less patent to their visitor that the little nurse, with her big green eyes and dusky cloud of hair, took as much pleasure in his coming as did the golden-haired baby, and it gave him an odd glow of satisfaction to see her eyes brighten as he talked, and to watch the swift soft flushes of colour that came and went in her cheeks. Rupert, when he chose, could talk well and interestingly. He had travelled over the greater part of the world, and in the course of his travels had used eyes and ears to good purpose. And to Christina, the little travelled, to Christina, the whole sum of whose existence had been divided between a Devonshire village, and Donaldson's suburban house, and a London lodging, all that Rupert told of the distant countries and strange, uncouth peoples was breathlessly interesting and entrancing. Sitting there in the firelight, Baba nestled closely in his arms, Christina seated opposite to him, her chin propped on her hands, her eager eyes following his every word. Rupert found himself talking as he had not talked for a long time, with an eager boyish interest that surprised himself. It was only when some chance word of his led Christina to ask him a question about Biskra, that the flow of his eloquence suddenly ceased. It was there, in that garden of the desert, that he had first met Margaret. The girl's gently asked question, for some inexplicable reason, brought back to him, as though it were only yesterday, the afternoon when the woman who ever since had dominated his whole existence, had first come into his life. Overhead, the deep pure depths of the bluest sky he had ever seen, against its blue stately palms, that waved their fan-like leaves with the soft rustling sounds that only belonged to the palm trees. And there, in the sunlight, stately as one of the great trees, her white gown falling about her, Margaret had stood, her dark eyes turned towards the all-surrounding desert. How or why they had begun to speak, he could not now recall, but from that first speech of fellow countrymen in a far-off land, they had passed into acquaintanceship, and from that by easy stages to the friendship which he had implored her to give him, in default of that which she had told him could never be his. Well, at least in the years that followed, he had been able to serve her, to help her, to ease some of the burden of her life, that burden of which he himself knew so little, and to have served her was something for which to be thankful. If only there was the bitterness, if only she had not gone away out of his ken now, in this strange mysterious fashion, leaving him ignorant of her whereabouts, and of all that concerned her. If only she had trusted him more, if only. With a start he roused himself, to realise that Christina's eyes were watching him with a certain shy wonder, and remembering that he had broken off his conversation almost in the middle of a sentence, he looked at her with a smile of apology. "Do please forgive me," he said. "Your mention of Biskra brought back so many pictures of the past, and I was looking at them instead of going on with my story." "Baba likes pictures," the child murmured drowsily. "Perhaps Baba would like the picture I saw," her cousin answered, feeling an odd compulsion to speak of what was in his thoughts. "A picture of palm trees, and a princess in a white gown, who walked amongst them, and—" "Was the princess like Christina?" Baba all at once pulled herself into an upright position on his knee, and looked earnestly into his face. "Tell Baba if that princess was like my own pretty lady." The eyes of the two elders met, and Christina laughed confusedly. "Baba sees the people she loves through very rosy spectacles," she said, and Rupert smiled, whilst Baba's insistent voice repeated, "Tell if the princess in the white frock was like Christina." "No, no, not at all like her," Rupert began, his eyes glancing at the bent dark head opposite to him, at the clear whiteness of the cheeks, into which the colour was flushing so becomingly, at the deep green of her eyes, the red line of her lips. "No, the princess was, at least—" He broke off suddenly, and looked more narrowly at the girl. "How absurd!" he exclaimed. "And what an extraordinary hallucination! It shows what a power of the imagination the least imaginative of us may possess. But at that moment, your princess and mine, little Baba, had a queer fantastic likeness to one another." Christina looked up at him sharply. surprise the predominating expression on her face. But before she could speak, Bubba's clear tone again made themselves heard. "Just tell Bubba exactly what the princess in the white frock was like. Bubba wants to know." Again Rupert felt impelled to speak, almost against his own inclination, and his words came with a readiness which, if he had considered the matter, would greatly have surprised him. "She was tall," he answered, "very tall and very stately, as stately as one of the palm trees under which she stood. And her face was white like her gown, only it was not white as sick people are white, but like the whiteness of a rose, very clear and pure, and her hair was black, black as a raven's wing." His voice grew dreamy. He seemed to have forgotten his listeners, and merely to be thinking aloud, whilst he watched the leaping flames of the fire. "And her eyes were deep and dark, fathomless wells of colour, and very sad." Christina drew in her breath quickly, and leant forward, an eager look on her face. I never saw any eyes like those," the man's voice continued. "They held so much. They had seen so much. They were beautiful, and so sad. The princess," he started and tried to resume a lighter tone, "was the most beautiful lady in the world, little Bubba." "She is just like—" Christina began impetuously, then stopped short, remembering the secrecy enjoined upon her by the woman whom she knew only as Margaret, the woman of the lonely valley house. "Just like who?" Rupert turned to her with a sharp question, a sudden gleam in his eyes. "Do you know anybody answering to the description I have just given? Have you ever seen someone like my princess?" The eagerness of his tones, the gleam in his eyes, showed Christina the necessity for caution, and she answered quietly: "I think the lady you described is something like a lady I once saw. At least, she was beautiful, with dark eyes and hair," the girl ended confusedly. "It could not be the same person," Rupert said with decision. "The princess I am describing was unique. You would not speak of her in those terms of lukewarm praise. Her beauty was something beyond and above anything ordinary or everyday." "So?" Christina was on the point of saying almost indignantly, "So was the beauty of my lovely lady," but she checked her words just in time. Prudence demanded that she should say nothing, rather than that by saying a word too much, she should betray another woman's trust. "I should like to have seen her under the palm tree," she said, wondering in her girlish heart whether it was the beautiful princess in the white gown who had brought the lines of pain about this man's face, and into his grey eyes, wishing, too, with girlish innocent fervour, that it might be given to her to take away some of his pain. "I wish you could have seen her," he answered her speech. "I think you and she would understand one another, but—" Again the words seemed forced from him. "At this moment I don't even know where she is." The concentrated bitterness of the tone, the haggard misery of the look that accompanied the words, stabbed at Christina's tender heart. "Oh, I'm sorry," she exclaimed. "I wish I could help you." She spoke with a child's impulsive eagerness, but it was the tender pity of a womanly woman, that looked out of her eyes, and the look gave Rupert a sense of having been touched with some healing balm. Baba was no longer taking any conscious part in the conversation. The warmth of the fire, combined with the consumption of a plentiful supply of Mrs. Nairne's toast and cake, had induced profound drowsiness, and the sounds of her elders' voices having acted as a final soporific, the little maid now slept peacefully, her dimpled hand against Rupert's neck, her golden curls upon his shoulder. The man and girl were, at all intents and purposes, alone, and Rupert looked across at Christina, with a smile that gave such extraordinary charm to his face. "No wonder this small girl looks at you with rosy spectacles," he said. "You are one of the born helpers of this world. What makes you say you would like to help me? Do you think I need help?" "I am sure you do," came the prompt reply. "Your eyes—" She broke off, startled by her own audacity, her glance wavering from his face to the fire. "Your eyes?" he repeated after her. "What do you find in my eyes that makes you think I want help?" He spoke with the same caressing kindness he might have bestowed on a child. He felt an odd desire to confide in her, as a grown-up person does sometimes feel oddly constrained to confide in a little child, whose sympathy, whilst lacking comprehension, is still full of comfort. "Your eyes are so sad," she answered frankly, when he paused for her reply. "You seem as if you were looking always for something you have lost, something which is very precious to you." "So I am," he replied, pillowing Baba more closely in his arms, and leaning nearer to Christina. "I don't know by what wonderful gift you discovered all that in my eyes, but it is true. I am looking for something I have lost, or perhaps something I have never had," he added bitterly, under his breath. "Some day, surely, you will find it," she said gently, her heart aching, because of the sudden hardening of his mouth and eyes. "Find what I never had?" He laughed, and his laugh hurt the girl who listened. "I may find the person who has gone out of my ken. That is possible. I never forget to look for what I have lost, wherever I go, and I go to many places in my car. But even if I found the human being I have lost, will everything be less elusive, less hopeless than before?" "Of course, you know you are talking in riddles," Christina answered gravely, her brows drawn together in a frown. "You don't want to let me understand what you really mean, and that is very natural," she added with a particular common sense that sat quaintly upon her. "But I should have liked to help you." "You do help me," he said quickly. "It sounds absurd to say so, even to myself it seems absurd, because it is not my way to take anybody into my confidence, but I can trust you." The simply spoken words set Christina's heart beating with innocent pride. Her eyes looked at him gratefully. "Thank you for saying that," she answered. "I think it is true. You can trust me, and I am glad, so very glad. If there is anything I can do to help you, if I might understand a little better," she added flatteringly. "The story I told Baba just now was a true one," he answered abruptly. "The beautiful lady really walked under the palm tree and well, these stories all have the same plot. I wanted her for my princess, but she had a prince of her own already." The half-bitter, half-jesting way in which he spoke sent all the child in the girl into the background, brought all the woman in her into prominence. She put out her hand with a little pitiful gesture. "Oh," she whispered softly. "Oh, but that was hard." "It seemed hard to me." His tone was grim. "It seemed an irony of fate beyond my poor powers of comprehension, more especially when I found no, not found. I don't know for certain even now. I know nothing less than nothing." Again came that bitterness that hurt his listener. "But when I gestured that the prince was not worthy of her, that it was my lot to stand aside and be a friend only, while someone not worthy to touch the hem of her gown had the place of honour, then I knew what sorry tricks fate can play." "And the poor princess?" Christina asked gently. A light flashed over Rupert's face. "There is the wonder of it all, the wonder of womanhood," he exclaimed. "Mind, I don't know any facts for certain. I only guess that the rightful prince is not worthy to tie the strings of her shoes, and yet he is all the world to her. The rest of us are nothing. No, that isn't true either." He corrected himself hurriedly. "I have her friendship. I have the unspeakable honour of being her friend, but the best of her is given to someone who is not worthy. Not that the best man amongst us is worthy to touch her hand," he added with an impetuosity that made him seem all at once oddly young and boyish. "And she, your friend, is it she you have lost now?" Christina questioned softly when he paused. He nodded. "Yes. She left town suddenly, giving me no reason for going. I have been able to do many things for her, things a friend could do. She is very fragile, she has been very ill, and now I do not even know where she is. I can only surmise that the man, who is not worthy, needed her help, and she has done his bidding. Worthy or unworthy, her soul is wrapped up in him. Woman's love is a wonderful thing, almost incomprehensible to the men." Unbidden, before Christina's mind, there rose a half-darkened room, a bed piled high with pillows, and laying back amongst the pillows, a woman with beautiful, stricken face, and deep eyes of haunting sadness. Unbidden there came to her memory words spoken in low, passionate voice. "You don't know what it means to care so much for a man, that, no matter what he is, or does, he is your world, your whole world." And with the memory came an illuminating flash of thought. Could it be possible that the beautiful lady of the lonely valley, and the princess in the white gown of whom this man spoke, were one and the same person? Her preoccupation with this thought made her silent for so long after Rupert's last speech, that presently he said quietly, "I don't know why I am inflicting all this upon you, or why I have been egotistical enough to think my confidence could be in the smallest degree interesting to someone who is almost a stranger." "A stranger?" Christina echoed the words blankly, then laughed a little tremulously. "I had forgotten we had only met so seldom," she said. "It doesn't feel as if you were a stranger, and I am so glad, so proud, that you have trusted me. Some people from the very beginning don't seem like strangers, do they?" she asked with a smile. "That's quite true," he answered. "I am not a subtle person. I don't profess to be able to explain these things, but some people do seem to jump directly into one's friendship, whilst other people jog along beside us all our lives, and we get no nearer to them at last than we were at first. You have been a friend to me to-day." "Have I? I am glad." The colour rushed into her face. "And I wish I could help more." He smiled at her again. He still had the feeling that he was talking to a charming child, one of rarely sympathetic and understanding nature, and yet through all the mist of masculine density in which he was wrapped, he was conscious of the womanly tenderness that had looked out of Christina's eyes, and spoke in her voice. That maternal instinct which is innately part of every good woman's nature, was largely developed in Christina, and, involuntarily, Rupert had made an appeal to that instinct. He would have laughed to scorn the bare idea that he, a strong and self-reliant man of the world, could ever lean, or need to lean, upon a slip of a girl, whose youthfulness was written in every line of her face, and of her slight form. And yet, unwittingly he had put out his hands to her for help, such as a little child puts out hands to its mother, for comfort and guidance. Children all, these menfolk of the world, children all they have been from the days immemorial, and presumably will be still the same in the days to come. And their womenkind love them and comfort them, guide them and tend them, learning, with the sure instinct of womanhood, that they are just little boys, to be taken care of, and watched over, and mothered all the time. Christina knew this truth instinctively, if she could not have put it into definite words. Christine knew it. Each daughter of Eve knows it by experience, bitter or sweet. It is the truth that every woman knows.
End of chapter 13. Recorded by Trevor Neil Dent, 2012.
Chapter 14 of Christina. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Capricia Page. Christina by L G Moberly. Chapter 14. I am quite sure you need not be afraid. You are quite sure I need not be alarmed? You are quite sure? She is all my world. Denis Fergusson looked down at the small, trembling creature, his eyes full of grave kindliness. "Indeed, you need not be alarmed, Lady Cicely," he said. "I advised Miss Moore to send for you, because, with a child, everything is so rapid that one never knows quite at the beginning of an illness how things may go. But little Miss Baba is doing exactly as she ought to do in every way. You need not have the slightest anxiety." The little mother, with her lovely troubled face, stood in the window of that same low, old-fashioned room which Rupert, a fortnight earlier, had found such a restful place, and the doctor stood by her side. The winter sunshine fell upon her delicately cut features, lighting the pale gold of her hair into a halo, and the blue eyes she turned to her companion seemed to him scarcely less innocent and sweet than the eyes which had looked into his from Baba's cot. Such a little woman to have the responsibility of womanhood, was his thought. Such a little woman who looks as if she ought to be wrapped round with care and tenderness. Perhaps some of this chivalrous tenderness of his thought showed itself in his glance. Perhaps Cicely could read in his face the trustworthy nature of the man, for she said quickly: "You see, Baba and I have only each other in the world, and that makes her very extra precious. Sometimes I am afraid, because I love her so much."
Afraid?
The doctor's glance was puzzled. "Yes, afraid lest God should take her away from me. He might think I was making an idol of her, and that it was better I should do without her. That thought makes me afraid." To no living soul before had Cicely told of the fear that often stirred within her, but Denis Fergusson's brown eyes and sympathetic manner invited confidence, and in some unaccountable fashion he made her think of John, the loving husband who had always understood. "Isn't yours rather a pagan way of looking at things?" Fergusson said gently. "Surely our God is not a jealous God, who takes away what we love because we love it. I don't believe it is possible to love a person too much, if one only loves them rightly. And I could never believe that the God whose name is Father could be angry with a mother's love." "I am glad you have said that to me," Cicely answered. "Baba is so much to me, so very, very much, and I don't want to make an idol of her, dear little sweetheart." "She is a very adorable person," Fergusson said brightly. "I shall miss my daily visits to her. She and I have made great friends." "She is the friendliest soul. We have always wrapped her round with love. I wanted her to be loving and happy." "I think you have succeeded. She is the delight of the village and of the whole neighbourhood. She and her very capable nurse are known for miles round. There will be great lamentations when they go." "They must come back," Cicely smiled, well pleased at the praise of her darling. "I am taking them both to Bramwell for Christmas, but later on in the spring or summer they will come back here again." "But I, alas, shall be gone." "Ah! I forgot you are only doing temporary work here. You know you are not quite in the picture here," she said with a smile. "Why?" The one word, though abruptly uttered, was accompanied by the smile that made Fergusson's poorer patients say it warmed their hearts when he smiled at them, and Cicely had the same sensation of warmth. "Because you are not in the least like any country doctor I ever came across, and I am sure you would never bear being buried in rural depths. You belong to cities and people." "I had hoped I managed to hide my proclivity for gutters," he answered, laughing. "I am afraid you are right. A big city draws me like a magnet. I can say with the poet, 'The need of a world of men for me.' The finest scenery in the world does not make up to me for the lack of human beings." "Then you are a town person?" "Very much a town person. My home and work lie in a rather sordid, very poor, to me enthrallingly interesting, corner of South London. I am only here for a time, doing my work for an old acquaintance, and incidentally getting a change I rather needed." "You knocked yourself up with work in South London?" "Not quite that. I got a little played out, and the air of this place has more than set me up. I shall be back like a giant refreshed." "They are chiefly poor people, your patients?" she questioned. "Almost entirely poor. It is always interesting work, sometimes heartrending work, often humiliating. The poor are so wonderful in their attitude to one another, and to all their difficulties and troubles. But if I once begin to talk about my South London folk, I shall never stop. Some day you will perhaps let me tell you of their hard fight with life, and of their splendid courage." "You must let me help you and them," she answered impulsively. "And thank you again 10,000 times for all you have done for my little Baba." The short, sharp illness which had brought Cicely flying down from town at a moment's notice had safely run its course, and Baba was now enjoying a convalescence in which she was petted and spoilt to her heart's content, petted to an extent that might have done harm to a less sweet and wholesome character. But the love that had wrapped the child round from her first hours of life had only made her sunny sweetness of nature more sweet and sunny, and she was a very captivating patient. Mrs. Nairne vied with Cicely and Christina in, as she phrased it, cosseting up the precious little dear, and the village folk, who had learnt to love the small girl in her red cloak, with her dainty face and gracious manners, showered gifts and inquiries upon the invalid. Very quaint presents found their way to Baba's bedside. A plump young chicken from good Mrs. Smithers, whose poultry yard had caused the child the keenest delight. Eggs from Widow Jones, who cherished a few rakish fowls in her strip of back garden. Girdle cakes, most fearsome for digestive purposes, from Mrs. Madden, the blacksmith's wife, whilst the blacksmith himself brought a horseshoe, polished to the brightness of a silver mirror, for the little lady who had loved to stand beside the flaming forge, watching the sparks fly up as his huge hammer struck the anvil. Children came shyly with bunches of the berries and the coloured leaves that still hung in the hedges, and a very ancient dame, whose garden boasted of two equally ancient apple trees, proudly toddled up to Mrs. Nairne's door, with the largest and rosiest of her apples for the pretty little lady. "Baba seems to have made them all love her," Cicely said to Christina, tears standing in her blue eyes, when she returned from interviewing the old lady of the apples. "Everybody who comes speaks of her as if she were an old and valued friend." "She has made friends with every living soul," Christina answered. "She is the most loving little child, and so tender hearted over everything that is hurt or unhappy. I don't wonder everyone here adores her. Dr. Fergusson seems to think she will soon be quite well, and we must move her home for a few days and then to Bramwell." "Yes, he said she will soon be quite well," Christina repeated. "But I think I ought to remind you that my month of probation ended last week, and I don't know whether you would care to let me still be Baba's nurse." Nobody knew what it cost the girl to say those apparently simple words, nor how hard it had been to resist the temptation to leave them unsaid. Lady Cicely had obviously forgotten that her new nurse had come on a month's trial only. She was taking it for granted that Christina was a permanent part of her household, and the girl shrank indescribably from any possibility of a change. And yet conscience urged her to remind her employer of their compact for a month's probation. She instinctively felt that to drift on into being Baba's permanent nurse would not be fair to Baba's kindly, impulsive little mother. "You don't know whether I should care to keep you on," Cicely exclaimed, when Christina had finished her halting speech. "What absurdity! Why, the doctor told me your careful nursing helped to get my darling safely out of her nasty wood. As if I should dream of letting you go, unless you want to leave us," she questioned hastily. "Want to leave you?" Christina's eyes dilated with the intensity of her emotion. "Why, I am so happy with Baba and with you, that I couldn't bear even the very thought of going away from you. Only I thought it was right to remind you about our agreement." "It was a rather stupid agreement," Cicely answered lightly. "I had the fear of Rupert before my eyes. I knew he was thinking me a sort of impetuous infant, for insisting on taking you to come to Baba, just because you and she got on so well together. Rupert has a very well balanced mind. He likes things done decently and in order. I am not built on the same lines." Christina laughed. "Still, you do like decency and order," she answered. "Oh yes." Cicely shrugged her shoulders. "But Rupert, the dear soul, is more conventional. Men always are. He likes beaten tracks, and the ways in which all our dear ancestors pottered along for countless generations. I like to make my new little paths with my own feet, and do little new things that my great grandmother never dreamt of doing, even in her wildest dreams." "Is Mr. Mernside so very conventional?" Christina asked, and Cicely responded quickly. "He is a perfect dear. but he would not for the world go out of the orthodox track. He believes in formal introductions and long acquaintance as a prelude to friendship, and he would rather die than give his confidence to anyone, unless he had known them for years, and knew everything about them." A faint, a very faint smile hovered over Christina's lips. Did Mr. Mernside really think long acquaintance a necessary prelude to friendship? Did he only give his confidence to those he had known longest? Seated in the firelight in this very room only a fortnight ago, he had told her many things, which surely he would only have told a friend, a faithful and loyal friend. And yet she had known him for so short a time, if time was to be measured merely by days and weeks. "You saw Rupert the other day?" Lady Cicely went on, no thought of what was in the girl's mind crossing her own. "He wrote and told me how well and happy Baba looked." "He was so kind." Christina's voice was quite non-committal. "He came twice to have tea with Baba. I think he enjoyed nursery tea," she added demurely. "He loves children, and they love him. He is a most disappointing person never to have married. I always tell him so. But he is not the least a woman's man. I really don't believe there ever has been a woman in Rupert's life at all." The words echoed oddly in Christina's ear, when memory was still bringing back to her the vivid recollection of Rupert's princess in the white gown, of Rupert's own lined and haggard face, when he had told her the story of the beautiful lady who dominated his life. Discretion led her to reply more or less evasively to Cicely's words, and to her great relief the subject dropped, and her small ladyship returned to the discussion of Christina's own affairs. "As to any question of your leaving us," she said, "there is no such question. Neither Baba nor I can do without you now, and I have not yet discovered that you are any of the dreadful things one seems to expect people to be. We always ask if nurses are sober and honest, and I don't believe you drink or steal." Christina laughed gaily. "No, I am not a thief or a drunkard, I can truly say. But all the same you might not have found that I knew enough about children to give you satisfaction, and there are so many ways in which you might say I am inefficient." "I find you just what I want," Cicely answered emphatically, "and so does Baba. Why, if you left her now it would break her dear little heart. No, you have got to stay with us for ever and ever. Amen. We will take Baba to town as soon as that nice Dr. Fergusson says she may move, and then we will go to Bramwell for Christmas." The thought of that nice Dr. Fergusson recurred to the little lady more than once that evening, when she sat writing in the sitting room, whilst Christina performed Baba's evening toilet. "He makes me think of John," so Cicely's thoughts ran on. "He has the same kind understanding eyes, brown like John's, and the same gentle way with him that John had. I think he knew how lonely it feels for me sometimes, and what a big responsibility life is, for one little scrap of a woman like me." And indeed, strangely enough, thoughts not at all unlike these were passing through Denis Fergusson's mind, as he drove rapidly back to Pinewood Lodge, and whilst he ate his solitary meal that evening in Dr. Stokes' trim dining room, furnished in precisely the way Fergusson himself would not have furnished it. He found Cicely's delicately fair face and soft blue eyes constantly rising before his mental vision. He found himself wondering what manner of man her husband had been, and whether those blue eyes had been lighted with love for that dead man's sake. "She looks like some lovely pathetic child when she talked to me to-day," so his reflections ran. "She and that fascinating Baba of hers are just a pair of babies together, and yet all the woman and the mother are in her too." And glancing round the formal room, Fergusson sighed, and made a great effort to turn his thoughts away from the sudden alluring dreams of a home of his own, a home that would be really a home, not merely a place in which to live, where the centre of all its peace and happiness would be his wife. His wife! He laughed out loud, a little short laugh that rang discordantly in his ears. It was quite improbable that he would ever be able to afford to ask any woman to marry him, much less a dainty, delicately nurtured woman who back into his mind flashed the picture which he had been resolutely thrusting from him, the picture of a lovely face, like some exquisite flower rising above a cloud of filmy lace and soft dark furs, the big feathers in her hat drooping against the gold of her hair. It was on Mrs. Nairne's doorstep that he had first met Cicely, and the picture of her as he saw her then, in the pale wintry sunlight, seemed to haunt him all the more persistently, because side by side with it he saw another and strangely different picture, his own house in a South London road, its sordid surroundings, its unsavoury neighbourhood. All these made Cicely and her daintiness seem like some princess belonging to another world. "Pshaw, you poor fool!" Fergusson ejaculated out loud. When his dinner ended, he retired to smoke in a small den, dignified by the name of smoking room. "The sooner Dr. Stokes comes back, and you clear out from here, and return to the sober realities of life in Southwark, the better for you. Dreaming dreams and seeing visions is no part of your vocation." He had reached this stage of his meditations, and had thrown up a chair to the writing table, with a grim determination to finish an article for a medical journal, when the parlour maid entering, handed him an exceedingly grubby note. It was briefly worded: "Please come at once. He is dying." There was no address, and the only signature was the one letter M, but Fergusson at once understood what the message portended. The car, hurriedly ordered, was soon waiting for him at the front door, and telling the man he would drive himself, the doctor glided quickly away in the direction of the lonely house in the valley. "Shall I discover anything of the mystery belonging to this house?" he wondered, as he sped along the dark country roads, his own powerful lamps throwing a stream of light upon the road ahead. "Or will that secret, whatever it is, die with that unfortunate man? Whatever he has done or been, and he has either done or been something out of the common, and something not very commendable, I am prepared to swear his crimes were crimes of weakness, not of wickedness. The man is weak through and through, and why that wonderful woman has poured out such a wealth of love upon him is one of the problems of womanhood." He smiled as his meditations reached this point, and once again his thoughts flew back to that picture which had haunted them earlier in the evening, the picture of Baba's mother, fair, sweet, and dainty. Would she be ready to love through good and ill, as that other woman had done? He reflected. Would she be ready to act as a prop, or must she find someone to look up to and depend upon? And thinking these things, he drew up before the high wall and the green door, before which a lantern flung a feeble light upon the surrounding blackness. Elizabeth admitted him. Her face looked very worn, her eyes were heavy with want of sleep. "He took a bad turn 2 hours ago," she said, in answer to the doctor's question. "He's going fast, and I can't get her to leave him, though it is killing her too." "It would only make her worse to try and take her away from him now," Fergusson said gently, knowing the good woman's devotion to her mistress, hearing the little shake in her voice as she spoke of Margaret. "If the end has come, it will not be long. He has no strength to fight a long fight." "Strength?" the servant muttered, a curious contempt in her accents. "You couldn't name him and the word strength in the same breath." "There, I've no business to talk like that of one who's dying, but give me a strong man. Give them me strong all the time. I can't do with them weak." Fergusson made no reply. He saw that the woman, overwrought with long watching and anxiety, was temporarily deprived of her normal reticence and taciturnity, and he recognised that her outburst owed its origin to her great love for her mistress, and to that natural antagonism which a strong character is apt to feel towards the weak. Handing her his coat, he passed rapidly along the corridor to the room with which he was now familiar, and going in softly, saw at a glance that the sick man in the bed was drawing very near to the valley of the shadows. He lay propped up with pillows, and the beautiful woman known to Fergusson as Mrs. Stanforth stood beside him, his head drawn close to her breast. Her arm was about him, and he had turned his face against her, as a child lays its face against its mother, his dim eyes fixed upon her with a look of almost passionate adoration. With her free hand she stroked back the damp hair from his forehead, now and again wiping away the drops of sweat with a filmy handkerchief she held, and her eyes watched him with a hungry, loving look that brought a lump into Fergusson's throat. To know that a woman will look into one's dying face with such a look as that is worth everything. The thought flashed unbidden into his mind, and he stepped softly up to the bed and laid a hand upon the patient's wrist. The dying man looked at him with a faint smile of welcome, but the woman did not move or glance at him. Her whole soul was wrapped up in the man she loved, the man who was passing so fast away from her into the silent land. "Nearly done, doctor," the man in the bed panted out, the smile still lingering on his face. "I thought I should have been afraid, but now the time has come. There is no fear." His eyes left Fergusson, and lifted themselves to the face bending over him. "You rest me, sweetheart," he said. "I am never afraid when you are with me." As his eyes met hers, her smile acquired a strange radiance, and Fergusson all at once recognised the charm of the man, that magnetic something which had won and held the love of a woman such as Margaret. Until this moment the reason for the weak man's hold over this woman had baffled, almost annoyed Denis. Now, in a flash of illumination, it seemed to him he understood it. He had seen at once that the dying man was already beyond all human aid. He gave him an injection of strychnine, but there was nothing else he could do to ward off that dread visitor, whose feet had already crossed the threshold. Yet he felt that his presence in the house, if not in the room, would be a help to the woman so soon to be left desolate, and having spoken a word or two of comfort and cheer, in that strong voice of his which carried comfort in its very tones, he moved away to the adjoining room. "Call me if there is the slightest change," he whispered to Margaret. "You and he would rather be alone just now." She bent her head, and for the fraction of a second her eyes met his. The misery in those deep eyes tore at his heartstrings. The powerlessness to help this fellow creature who was in such dire sorrow, hurt him, as if he had received some physical blow. Alone in the next room, he seated himself by the fire, and tried to read a book he picked up from the table, but his thoughts refused to take in a single word of the printed page. He was conscious of nothing but the low murmur of voices from the bed he could just see through the open door. The words spoken by two whom death was parting, he could not hear, but his heart ached intolerably for them both, for the man who was drifting into the great silence, for the woman who was being left behind. "One long failure, one long chapter of infamy and wrong." The man's whisper barely reached the woman's ear as she bent over him. "But you are sorry for it all now, my darling," she whispered back. "Only think that you are sorry for the wrong, only think that now." "If you forgive, surely God forgives." The dim eyes looked wistfully up at hers, and she stooped with an infinitely tender gesture to kiss his ashen face. "Surely, most surely God forgives," she answered solemnly, the strength of her voice carrying conviction in it. "Where there is great love, there is great forgiveness, and like yours," he interrupted dreamily. "Great love, such a great love, and a great forgiveness. I have heaped your life with misery and shame, and still you forgive, still you love." "Still I love," she whispered, a passion of tenderness in her low spoken words. "Max, love, real love, can't wear out or die, whatever happens. It has always been you, only you, you entirely. My man, my whole world." At the last words she drew his head more closely against her breast, and, bending over him, kissed him with a long, lingering kiss. "Only me, in spite of everything?" "Only you, sweetheart," she murmured. "Only you, always. And that other, who has been your friend, of whom you told me." His voice was growing fainter. "He has been, he is, my good and loyal friend," she answered. "He is nothing more to me than that. He could not ever be anything more. Perhaps afterwards, when I have gone, you and he—" But she would not let him finish his halting, breathless sentence. "He and I will never be more than friends," she said very clearly, very firmly. "I could not love another man. There is not room in my heart for anyone but you." A silence followed, a silence only broken by the dying man's difficult, long drawn breaths, by the occasional dropping of a coal into the grate, or the creaking of the heavy old furniture. And all the time Margaret stood immovable in her place, her arms about the dying man, his head close pillowed against her. All at once he spoke again, hurriedly, fearfully. "You are sure forgiveness," he gasped out. "God will forgive." "I am sure," she answered, and there was no quaver in her voice, only a great certainty. "There are no bounds to God's love. He will forgive. He loves you, my dear. I am quite sure you need not be afraid." She spoke as gently, in as simple language as though he had been a little child, and the fear slowly died out of his face. His eyes looked once again into hers, with a look of adoring love and reverence. Then, with a tired sigh, the sigh of an over-weary child, his head sank back more heavily against hers, and the gasping breath was still. End of chapter 14. Recording by Capricia Page. Chapter 15 of Christina. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Capricia Page. Christina by L G Moberly. Chapter 15. I do trust, Cicely, you keep her in her place. Your being in town for Christmas is quite an unusual occurrence, isn't it, Cousin Arthur?
Quite unusual. I may almost say unprecedented. Dear Ellen and I, as you know, have the greatest horror of any prolonged stay in this Babylon, but at the present moment it is impossible to avoid.
And Cousin Ellen is bearing up pretty well? Cicely could not keep the twinkle out of her eye, although her voice was perfectly grave. But Sir Arthur, being, as has been said, totally devoid of humour, only observed the becoming gravity of tone, and not the twinkle.
"As well as can be expected,"
he responded, with a gloomy shake of the head.
"But she dislikes hotels at all times, and at Christmas she doubly dislikes having to live a hotel life. We have our little festivities at home, quite small unpretentious festivities, for the servants and the men of the estate, and we shall feel not taking part in them."
"And surely the servants will miss you," Cicely said with her pretty gracious manner, whilst it must be confessed she inwardly wondered whether the Congreves' household staff would regret or be relieved by the absence of their master and mistress at this festive season.
"We hope so, we hope so,"
Sir Arthur answered pompously.
"Dear Ellen and I always try to infuse a wholesome spirit into the little gaieties, and we feel keenly being absent this Christmas. But we must be in London just now. Our beloved border is too remote."
Cicely thought with a shudder of that wild Welsh border on which the Congreve mansion stood, and instinctively she drew her costly furs more closely around her dainty person, as if the very memory of the remote region gave her a sensation of chill. "You are in town on business, of course," she went on, more for the sake of saying something than because she felt the slightest grain of interest in the affairs of her husband's elderly cousin. "I must bring Baba to see Cousin Ellen before we go to Bramwell. Baba is the duckiest wee thing in the world, in my prejudiced opinion, and I believe Cousin Ellen will like her." Sir Arthur disliked all modern terms of endearment. He looked frigidly at Cicely, and wondered, not for the first time, what his sensible and sober-minded cousin John Redesdale could possibly have seen to admire in this frivolous creature who was now his widow.
"I am not surprised poor John died," Sir Arthur reflected. "Such flightiness, such flippancy, must have grated on him terribly."
It was not given to Sir Arthur to understand his fellow men, much less his fellow women, and it was doubtful whether he would have believed John Redesdale himself, if that dear and noble man had risen from the dead, to assure his cousin of his passionate and unswerving devotion to Cicely, his much-loved wife.
"Dear Ellen will be very pleased to see your little girl,"
Sir Arthur said stiffly, after that swift moment of thought.
"You know we always call her Veronica. We disapprove of pet names, and Veronica is a valued name of our family."
The vexed question of Baba's style and title being one that recurred on every occasion when Cicely and Sir Arthur met, the little lady made a hasty change of subject, saying brightly: "I will bring her one day. You know she was ill at Graystone. She gave me a terrible fright, but she is quite well again, and I think we owe a great deal to Christina, Baba's delightful nurse, a lady, a most dear and charming girl, who is as much of a companion for me as for her own special charge."
"A lady nurse? I hope you are wise in this, my dear Cicely. It is rather an innovation, a departure from the good old ways. Now, I have a theory that a middle-aged nurse of the very respectable old-fashioned type is the best sort of person to be around a child."
"If only one could dig her out of anywhere," Cicely answered with her bright smile, "but she is so scarce nowadays as to be practically prehistoric. I have had every variety of nurse, and they seemed to me to oscillate between minxes and humbugs, until I found Christina."
"And with this young woman you no doubt had excellent references,"
said Sir Arthur, fixing a piercing glance upon his companion.
"Too much care could not be exercised about the person who is in charge of your little girl."
Cicely gave what she afterwards explained to herself as a mental gasp. But she was mistress of the situation. She looked into Sir Arthur's severe face, with a smile upon her own, and said smoothly: "I do agree so entirely with you about being very careful who one engages as a nurse for a little child. I often feel that Baba's whole future depends on the hands that mould her now, when her dear little character is so much clay, to be made into what shape the hands choose." Sir Arthur let loose on another of his favourite hobby horses, the education of the young, forgot to notice that his cousin's pretty widow had omitted to answer the question he had put to her, and cantering away on the above horse, did not realise that he was as ignorant as before about Christina's references. He was still descanting forcibly on the most absolutely perfect, and in fact the only way of training a child in the way it should go, when the door of the hotel sitting-room opened, and Lady Congreve entered. She was a depressed looking little woman, with a meek mouth and deprecating eyes of a wife whose lord's word is law, and more than law, and her first glance was not for their guest, but for the masterful gentleman standing with legs firmly apart on the hearth-rug, giving his opinion in the full certainty that Cicely's interested attention signified complete acquiescence in all his views. "Ah, my dear, there you are," he broke off to say with a gracious wave of his hand to his wife. "Cicely and I have been talking about education, and I am glad to think she sees matters quite as I see them." The tiniest smile dimpled about Cicely's mouth. Sir Arthur's interpretation of her total silence during his harangue pleased her sense of humour, but being of a peace-loving disposition, and averse to argument, especially with such an obstinately one-sided arguer as Sir Arthur, she allowed his statement to pass without contradiction, and greeted Lady Congreve with the charming cordiality that gave her so delightful a personality. "I am so sorry you have to be in town at this time of year, just when you must want to be at home," she said sympathetically. Lady Congreve cast another fleeting glance at her husband, and then looked with a sigh round at the stiffly furnished sitting-room, with its suite of brightly upholstered furniture, and its particularly unhomelike air. "It is a great disappointment to us both," she answered in her soft, deprecating voice, that to Cicely always seemed to be apologising for daring to make itself heard at all. "I like this terribly noisy, wicked city as much as dear Arthur does, and we looked forward to our usual pleasant Christmas gathering. To me, Christmas is scarcely Christmas if it is not spent in a home, a real home." In the flash of a second, Cicely, with her wonted kindly impulsiveness, made up her mind to do what, in the bottom of her soul, she knew she loathed doing, and what she knew would rob her own Christmas of all its joyfulness. She looked from one to the other of the two Congreves, Sir Arthur still upright on the hearth-rug, his wife a small dejected heap in the arm-chair, and said in her most gracious manner: "I do wonder if you will do what I am going to ask you to do. I know you are here on business, but just at Christmas time itself, just for Christmas Day and Boxing Day, you can't do any business at all. So will you come and spend at least those days with us at Bramwell? We go to-morrow. You could come 3 days hence, on Christmas Eve or earlier, if you wish. I quite see that your own home is too far away, but our home is so near, only an hour by train, and we mean to try and have a home-like Christmas. Do come." Lady Congreve's pathetic little face brightened, a gleam of pleasure shot into her wistful eyes. Somewhere in that small crushed soul of hers, the soul that for nearly 40 years her husband had manipulated with ruthless hands, she had a profound longing for all that was colour and the glory of life, and in some nebulous and inexplicable way Cicely had always seemed to her the embodiment of both. "Oh, Arthur," she faltered, "could we? It would be delightful. Such a relief after this wilderness of a hotel. Could we go, dear?" Sir Arthur drew his brows together in a judicial way peculiar to him, and bearing no relation to the importance of the matter in hand. "Very kind of you to think of such an arrangement, my dear Cicely," he began, "very kind indeed, and it is true, as you say, that ordinary business cannot be transacted at Christmas time, but we are not here on quite ordinary business. I think I told you when I last saw you that my unfortunate brother-in-law is giving us great uneasiness." Yes, you did mention it, Cicely answered, again racking her brain in vain to remember what constituted the misfortunes of the brother-in-law. But I did not know—
Quite so, quite so, Sir Arthur interrupted, waving her words aside. We would not discuss the subject frequently, because, as you are aware, it is one of the most repugnant to us. But for my poor sister's sake, I feel bound to come forward now, greatly as I dislike being mixed up with such an affair. I belong to those who believe that the touch of pitch defiles.
Cicely wondered more and more who and what the recalcitrant brother-in-law could be, that the mention of him drew such strong expressions from Sir Arthur's lips, brought so stern a look to his face. But he did not allow her time to ask any questions or make any comment on his speech, resuming with scarcely a pause.
I am using what influence I possess to have the whole matter hushed up, as far as is compatible with right and justice. The poor man himself is not likely to live long enough to be punished, and if scandal can be averted from our family, which for so many generations has been sans reproche, I shall feel rewarded for all my trouble.
Cicely reflected that it was quite useless to try and disentangle the meaning of Sir Arthur's mysterious and incomprehensible words, and being by nature the least inquisitive of beings, she asked no further questions. "But if all that you have to do leaves you free for 2 or 3 days at Christmas, please come to us," she said. "We shall be only a very small party. My brother Wilfred can't come, and I am afraid Rupert Mernside, my cousin, may not be with us this year. But my dear old governess, Mrs. Doubleday, always comes to us for Christmas, and Baba, Christina, and I are the gay and youthful elements. I like to make Christmas a very happy time for my girlie," she added, almost apologetically, when she saw how at her words Sir Arthur's lips closed tightly. "You think it rather wrong to be young and gay, don't you?" she went on, a touch of defiance in her pretty voice. "But you see I am, anyhow, not at all old, and I want to keep myself as young as ever I can for Baba."
"I have no objection to youth, as such," Sir Arthur answered, with a lofty condescension that gave Cicely an overpowering wish to giggle feebly. "But I should have thought you, a widow with so many cares, so many responsibilities, and above all an immortal soul entrusted to your care, that you would have put childish things behind you, and taken up life with greater seriousness."
"Do you know," Cicely answered very softly, though her eyes shone, "John, my dear husband, told me he hoped that I should always keep my young heart, and I hope I shall. I want to be young, as he liked me to be, when I meet him again, and I want to keep Baba always with her child soul too," she went on, a sudden dreaminess in her glance. "John used to say that the kingdom of heaven was for the childlike and the children. But I mustn't waste your time and cousin Ellen's in argument," she exclaimed, with a brisk change in tone. "Only promise to come to Bramwell for Christmas, and we will try to make you happy. And I am sure you will like my dear little Christina."
"You are not allowing her to presume on her being a lady, I do trust, Cicely," Sir Arthur said gravely. "You keep her in her place. If she has undertaken to be a children's nurse, she should learn to occupy the position usually occupied by children's nurses, and only that."
Cicely lifted lovely, pleading eyes to his censorious blue ones. "I am afraid you will think me all sorts of dreadful things, but I could not keep Christina exclusively in the nursery. When you see her you will understand what I mean. She and Baba are a good deal with me, and at Bramwell they will probably be with me still more." There was a gentle dignity in her manner, which made even the outrageous aristocrat before her understand that he had touched the limit of interference. Cicely might appear to be sweet and yielding, and indeed she was almost invariably more inclined to yield her own will than to struggle to attain it, but there was no lack of character in her small person, and when she had once determined that a course of action was expedient or right, nothing had power to turn her from that course. "Your cousin Ellen and I will enjoy spending Christmas with you very much," Sir Arthur said, beating his retreat with dignity.
I have no doubt I can manage to be out of London for 3 days, and I should like to see Bramwell again. John and I had many talks about the alterations and improvements he carried out there." Cicely had a vivid recollection of her husband's whimsical description of Sir Arthur's well-meant but annoying suggestions about those same alterations, and she was conscious again of a giggle choked on its way to birth. But she contrived to make a suitable reply, adding hastily, "And when you were in town in November, you told me you had some business with Scotland Yard about a pendant. I do hope the police have found the jewel for you." "Alas, no. It is altogether a most singular thing about that pendant. I told you it was a family heirloom, a magnificent emerald with 3 letters A.V.C. twisted together above it. Yes. The police had a very strange clue the other day, a clue that, so far, has come to nothing. A pawnbroker in the back street in Chelsea came forward and stated that a pendant, answering in every particular to the stolen one, had been offered to him for sale a few weeks ago." "Then why didn't he send for the police, and give the person offering it for sale into custody?" Cicely asked. "Because the police had not then notified pawnbrokers of London of the loss. In fact, as far as I can make out, the attempted sale must have taken place at almost identically the same time when I came to London to make inquiries about the pendant. The pawnbroker himself, it seems, did not see the pendant. 2 of his assistants were in charge of the shop, when a young woman came in and asked them what they would give her for it. They seem to have suspected her from the first, for she was obviously very poor, and not at all the sort of person likely to be possessed of such a magnificent ornament. They made her an offer, and apparently she took flight, and left the shop in a violent hurry. She evidently saw and understood their suspicions of her, but unfortunately they lost sight of her in the fog, and all trace of her is completely gone." "I think I remember you suspected a young woman of the theft. Does the description of the young person who went to the pawnbroker answer to the woman who was alone in the railway carriage with Cousin Ellen's dressing bag?" "The pawnbroker's assistant can only give a confused account of a shabbily dressed girl who seemed badly in need of the money. The descriptions are far from explicit. According to our maid, the young woman in the railway carriage was neatly dressed, and very respectable in appearance, but the 2 people might easily be identical." "Very easily," Cicely answered, "but it is unfortunate that the pawnbroker's assistants let the girl go. By now, I suppose, the pendant may be broken up and the stones untraceable." "Only too likely," Sir Arthur answered, "and yet I cannot help still hoping to recover the thing intact. I cannot bear to think that a jewel my mother so greatly valued, one which indeed has become an heirloom, should be irretrievably lost." "Not irretrievably, I hope," Cicely answered as she rose to go. "Perhaps when you come to us at Bramwell, you will be able to bring us good news of the missing jewel, and," she added with some hesitation, "about your brother-in-law too." Again she wished that she could in the least recollect what the scandal had been. Possibly she might never even have heard it, for John, her chivalrous and tender husband, had kept from her ears everything that could vex or soil them, and if she had ever heard the story, it had long since been buried in oblivion. At her words, Sir Arthur's face clouded. "There will never be any good news about that wretched man. The best news about him, the only news I can honestly say I wish to hear, would be that he was safely in his grave. My sister, poor silly woman, is infatuated about him still, I believe. She was always a fool where he was concerned, always a fool." Sir Arthur's tones were irascible. "You never saw her, of course?" "I never saw either of your sisters," Cicely answered gently. I think they had been married and had gone right away before I knew any of you. You see, it is only 6 years since I married John." "Only 6 years. "And it is more than 20 years since both my sisters left the old home. Both left it under a cloud. Both insisted on marrying men of whom my father and mother did not approve. It was a sad business altogether, a sad business. They both belonged to the order of women who go on caring for a man, whatever follies or sins he may commit. I confess I cannot understand the attitude of mind
of such women." "No, I daresay not," Cicely answered, her eyes thoughtfully fixed on his severe face. "I expect you feel that love and respect must always go hand in hand, and that when a man has once lost a woman's respect, he ought to lose her love as well." "Certainly I think so. When respect goes, everything had better go. I have no patience with the sentimental clinging to a man who has forfeited all right to affection." "I suppose," Cicely paused. Into her eyes there came a queer little gleam, which neither of her companions could understand. "I suppose when a woman takes a man for better or worse, the worse may mean evil doing, and perhaps it is possible for her to hate the sin and yet love the sinner." Arthur looked a trifle taken aback, and he disliked being worsted in an argument, and he would not ever own that he could be worsted by a woman. Hence he begged the question. "Well, well," he said airily, "there is often a great deal of sentimental nonsense talked about love, and I can answer for it, my dear Cicely, that my poor sisters paid very dearly for their sentimentality. One vanished completely from our ken, went down into the depths of poverty and obscurity, and we could never hear of her again. The other I have seen and remonstrated with times without number, but all in vain, and now she has got that miserable husband of hers in hiding somewhere, and I am bent on finding them both, and preventing worse scandals, if I can." "I hope you will do as you wish." Cicely was shaking hands now with little Lady Congreve, who had taken no part in the conversation, beyond giving occasional utterance to a faint ejaculation, or a timid laugh. "I hope we shall all have a very happy Christmas together at Bramwell. I will let you know about trains. Till then, au revoir." Chapter 16. Recording by Capricia Page.
Chapter 16 of Christina. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Christina by L G Moberly. Chapter 16. My Mother Gave It to Me. Baba would like her doctor man to come to her Christmas tree. Baba does love her doctor man. At the sound of the pleading voice, the sight of the appealing blue eyes, Cicely put down her pen with a laugh, and caught the child in her arms. "You most absurd and beguiling infant, why do you want your doctor man, as you call him?" "'Cause Baba does. She loves him awful, drefful much." And to give her mother some glimmering idea of the depth of her affection, Baba clasped her hands round her own small person, and looked into Cicely's face with another appealing glance. "Christina, do you imagine Dr. Fergusson could be induced to come over here for Christmas?" Cicely questioned, as Baba's nurse came into the cosy boudoir at Bramwell Castle. "This pickaninny of mine wants him invited to her Christmas tree." "I should think it would depend on how busy he is just now. The practice seemed to be a big one, but perhaps at this time people will be considerate enough not to fall ill, and will give the doctor a little rest. Surely Dr. Fergusson could motor over. It can't be very far from here to Graystone." "Quite within a motor drive, and he was so very good to Baba. I should like to ask him to come if he will. Rupert writes that, as he feared, he cannot be with us. He has had to start off post haste to Naples. That tiresome boy, Jack Layton, a mutual cousin of Rupert's and mine, has gone and got typhoid there, and of course Rupert, being a sort of unattached, universal fairy godfather, has been sent for to look after him." "Is Mr. Mernside a fairy godfather?" Christina smiled at the quaint nomenclature. "I always think so. He is ready to do anything for any of his aggravating relations, at any moment, and as Jack has selected this particular moment to get typhoid, Rupert will be away for Christmas. I wonder whether Dr. Fergusson would think it very odd and unconventional if I invited him here on our rather short acquaintance." Cicely looked thoughtfully across her pretty room at Christina, and the girl laughed and shook her head. "He is not so silly," she answered. "Dr. Fergusson is just one of those simple, straightforward men who take things as they are meant, and don't hunt round for ulterior motives. He won't even begin to think whether your invitation is conventional or unconventional. He will only think how good it is of you to ask him at all." "How wise you are!" Lady Cicely exclaimed. "Where does that little dark head of yours get all its wisdom?" Christina laughed again. In those days of her happy life with Baba and Baba's mother, her bright young laugh rang out very often, the laugh that seemed such a true index to her young, bright soul. She had put behind her all the misery and hardship of the past, and with the wholesome philosophy natural to her, lived in the full enjoyment of her present content. And the few weeks of happiness, good food, and freedom from anxiety, had changed the white-faced, hollow-eyed girl, who had perforce tried to pawn her mother's jewel, into a charming and very pretty semblance of her former self. "I am not wise," she said, "only I have had a good many rough times, and I have learnt to do what one of my landladies called 'sizing up' men and women. I have had to size people up, and try to get a just estimate of them." "And have you sized up Dr. Fergusson?" "I have found out that he is the very soul of simplicity and straightforwardness, and that he is so kind that there is nothing he would not do for his fellow creatures," she answered eagerly. "And as for worrying about the conventional, I am sure it never enters his head to do such a thing." It flashed across Cicely's mind to wonder whether Christina's praise of the doctor rose from any warmer feeling than that of friendly gratitude, but the girl's eyes met hers so frankly, her manner was so simple, and the very outspokenness of her enthusiasm seemed to point to such a heart-whole condition, that the brief thought was dismissed. "I wish I could accept your most tempting invitation," Fergusson wrote, in reply to Cicely's letter, "but alas! Christmas does not promise much diminution of the work here. If, however, you will allow me to come to you for Miss Baba's tree, on the afternoon of the 24th, I could manage to do that in my car. It will give me great pleasure to see my small patient again." As she folded up the letter, Cicely felt that it would also give her pleasure to see the kindly faced doctor, whose personality during Baba's illness had impressed her as being so helpful, who, in some dim and unexplained way, made her think of the husband for whose loss her heart had never ceased to ache. "I am afraid I am very glad Cousin Arthur and Cousin Ellen cannot arrive before 8 o'clock dinner on Christmas Eve," she said to Christina, after receiving Fergusson's letter. "They mean so well, poor dears, but they are such sadly wet blankets. Cousin Arthur would certainly send our spirits down to zero, by telling us that the more we enjoyed ourselves, the more wrath to come was being stored up for us. You know, he says he never sees any beautiful scenery without remembering that it will all be burnt some day." "How delicious! I'm afraid I'm looking forward to seeing Sir Arthur. He is at least original." "He won't approve of you, or Baba, or of anything any of us do," Cicely answered. "His attitude of mind is disapproving. He has got the kind of mind that always gets out of bed on the wrong side." Perhaps, at the back of her own mind, her little ladyship was not sorry that Sir Arthur and Fergusson should have no opportunity of meeting, for, as her natural astuteness told her, if Sir Arthur looked with disapproving eyes upon Rupert, with how much more disapproval would he regard a stranger, who was also a doctor. Sir Arthur belonged to the old school of county magnates, who looked upon men of medicine as on a level very little higher than a butcher or baker, and entirely refused to entertain the notion that doctor and gentleman could ever be synonymous terms. And Cicely was well aware that the old gentleman's disapproval might conceivably find voice, and that she would be reproached for receiving such guests in poor dear John's house. Fortunately for everyone's peace of mind, the Congreves, being unable to leave London until late on Christmas Eve, were also unable to play the part of killjoys at Baba's Christmas tree, and the little party which assembled in the big hall of the castle was composed of congenial and friendly folk, who were ready to become little children again, to play with a little child. The hall, oak panelled and hung with suits of armour, and weapons handed down from warlike Redesdale ancestors, had long since been converted into a luxurious lounge, where, if comfortably upholstered chairs, big palms, masses of flowers, and tables strewn with the latest books were incongruities, the incongruity at least made the hall a most pleasant and sociable sitting room. And so Fergusson thought it, when from the sharpness of the grey winter day he passed through an outer vestibule into the well warmed, well lighted place. Only he himself knew with what an unaccountable sinking of the heart he had driven up the beech avenue leading to the castle, and realised what an imposing place it was, to which he had been bidden. Involuntarily, and in sharp contrast, the thought of his own modest house rose before his mental vision, and the usually cheery doctor, for perhaps the first time in his disciplined and philosophical existence, felt disposed to curse the fates for dividing rich and poor by gulfs of such appalling dimensions. But that sinking of the heart, and all the other unwonted sentiments stirred in him by the sight of the great pile of Bramwell, its stately park and lordly surroundings, were swept away by the cordial greeting bestowed upon him by the little lady of the house, and by Baba's enthusiastic welcome. "Baba's doctor man!" the child cried, with a small shriek of delight when he appeared, and Baba monopolised her doctor man during the whole 2 hours he was able to spend with them. But if, to the larger number of the party assembled in the hall, Fergusson seemed to have neither eyes nor ears for anyone but the child, queen of the occasion, Christina's observant eyes told her that his glance often rested upon Cicely's fair head, and that whenever it did so, a great tenderness crept into that glance. As she had told Lady Cicely, the rough school in which her life had lately been spent had taught her to study and understand her fellow beings, and the doctor's secret, unknown to himself, was shared by Christina on that happy Christmas Eve. She was a very safe and discreet guardian of secrets, this girl with the sweet eyes, but she gave a quick little sigh when she understood the meaning of Fergusson's glance, for to her, as to himself, there seemed an unbridgeable gulf between the hard-working doctor and the dainty chatelaine of Bramwell Castle. Before he left, Fergusson contrived to make his way to Christina's side, and to say in an undertone, "I think you will be sorry to know that your beautiful lady of the lonely valley is in great trouble." "Oh?" Christina exclaimed softly, her eyes darkening. "Has the end come for him?" "Yes, 5 days ago. She is wonderful, but the heartbreak in her eyes is pitiful to see. I sometimes doubt whether her strength will hold out. She is very fragile, and all the strain has told on her more than I like." "Was he buried at—" Christina was beginning, when Fergusson finished the sentence quickly. "No, not at Graystone. I don't know where she took him, but it was away from that part of the country altogether. She and her faithful Elizabeth went with him, and now she is back in that lonely house again. I have tried to persuade her to leave it, to go to London, to go anywhere away, but she answers me she is happier there, and I cannot oppose her. But it is all a tragedy, an inexplicable tragedy." He could say no more, but what he had told Christina filled the girl's heart with sadness. Her beautiful lady had made a profound impression upon her, and the thought of the sorrowful woman in that lonely house in the valley hurt the girl's tender soul. "I'm glad we asked Dr. Fergusson," Cicely said to her, when later on in the evening the two were alone together in Baba's day nursery. "There is something so cheering about him, something," she added, with a wistful look looking into Christina's face, "that makes me think of my husband." "Is he like Mr. Redesdale?" Christina asked sympathetically. "No, not in the least. It is not that. At least, his eyes are brown, and my husband had brown eyes. But it is not exactly a likeness that can be defined feature for feature. It is something subtly indefinable. But when I see Dr. Fergusson, and when he talks to me, it makes me think of John. It makes me almost feel as if John were here again." "You are to come down to dinner to night, and you are to wear the new frock." Lady Cicely's tones were very decided, her blue eyes shone, her face was dimpling with smiles. "Oh, but indeed I don't think I ought. How can I? It wouldn't be suitable, would it, for Baba's nurse to dine downstairs?" "Will you let Baba's mother decide what is best for the nurse to do?" Cicely answered, laughing, and patting Christina on the shoulder. You are just to do what I tell you, and I tell you, you must come down to dinner tonight, and wear the new frock." "I don't know how to thank you for that," Christina said with girlish eagerness. "I haven't ever had a frock like it in all my life. You see, when my father and mother were alive, we never went to parties, so I didn't have evening gowns. And since I have been working for myself, of course I haven't needed any. But this one you have given me is much, much too lovely." "Perhaps I'm the best judge of that, too. I want you to look suitably dressed when you come downstairs, and you must look your very best tonight to disarm Cousin Arthur." "I am afraid already he doesn't approve of me," Christina said ruefully. "He looked at me with such severe eyes after church this morning, and began at once to ask me about my theories of education, and I haven't any." A ripple of laughter broke from her, I have to say, and he seemed so shocked. "But he is very easily shocked. Take heart of grace and remember that. And dear Miss Old Doubleday thinks you are managing Baba splendidly. She is a competent judge because she had the managing of me." "Then I don't think there was anything wrong with her system of education," Christina said quickly, with a glance of shy admiration at her employer, who had sunk into the nursery rocking chair, and was swinging her daintily shod feet up and down before the fire. "If Baba grows up like her mother, she need not wish for anything better. I like kind old Miss Doubleday. She is so friendly to me." Miss Doubleday, Cicely's old governess, was spending Christmas at Bramwell, and had shown appreciation of Christina and her ways. "You nice little enthusiast!" Cicely looked affectionately up at the girl, who stood on the hearth beside her. "You idealize everybody, don't you, Christina?" "I don't know about idealizing," Christina spoke thoughtfully, "but when I care about people, I do see all the best in them." "And are blind to all the worst? Yes, I understand." Cicely laughed. "If you liked Cousin Arthur, you would even see him through rose-colored spectacles." "He is a very good man," Christina answered sturdily. "There is something about that uncompromising Puritan spirit that appeals to me. His views may be narrow—" "They certainly are," Cicely murmured sotto voce, "but they are all on the side of loftiness and right. I wish I could make out why there is something familiar to me about his face and manner. I am sure I have never seen him before, and yet I seem to have associations of some sort with him. He looks so sad and worried too, and that very look on his face is vaguely familiar." Christina spoke thoughtfully, her brows drawn together. "There has been some trouble about a brother-in-law," Cicely answered. "I know I ought to have the story at my fingers' ends, but I can't remember one single detail of it, and I don't like to tell Cousin Arthur so. Nor do I like to ask any questions. He and Cousin Ellen both look so much gloomier and more upset than they were in town. I have been wondering whether any fresh developments have occurred. However, it isn't any real business of mine, and we will try to give the poor dears a happy time here. I must go and dress, and you are to do as I told you. Put on your new frock and come down to the drawing room. Janet is quite able to manage Baba for one evening." Christina's fingers shook with eagerness as she drew from its tissue wrappings Lady Cicely's Christmas present to her, the simple yet charming gown, which to her girlish eyes seemed the acme of all that was most lovely. Poor little girl, she had never seen herself in a dress cut low at the neck before, and though this gown was only cut in the most modest of squares, her own reflection in the glass told her that the rounded lines of her throat and neck were enhanced by the delicate lace that trimmed the soft silk of the gown, and that the dress itself, in its severely simple lines, suited admirably the slimness of her graceful young form. Her eyes shone like stars, there was a colour in her cheeks, and she had piled her dusky hair into a loose and becoming knot, on the top of her small well-shaped head. "I do believe I look very nearly pretty," she said naively, nodding to herself in the mirror. "I wish—" but she did not put her wish into words, only as the colour deepened on her face, and she turned away from the sight of her own confusion, and she found herself thinking that it was a pity Mr. Jack Layton had chosen this inopportune moment to fall ill with typhoid, and that Mr. Mernside had not been able to make one of the house party this evening. At the sight of Christina, Baba, who was being prepared for bed by Janet, danced about the nursery in her pink dressing gown, clapping her hands and chanting in a shrill monotone, "Oh, Baba's pretty lady, Baba's pretty lady, oh!" until her nurse caught the small, soft creature in her arms, cuddling her closely, and covering her laughing, rosy face with kisses. "But you is Baba's pretty lady to night," the child said solemnly, stroking Christina's neck and face with her dimpled hands. "I like you in a white frock, and when the pink colour runs up your cheeks. Put something round your neck," she went on imperiously. "Mummy's got lots of sparkle things to put around her neck, and you must have something sparkle on your pretty white neck." Something sparkle on your pretty white neck? Why should she not, just for this once, wear the only piece of jewellery she possessed? As it was Christmas Day, and everything was more than usually festive, surely she might put on the lovely pendant her mother had given her? Christina stood still in the middle of the nursery, cogitating upon the momentous question, whilst Baba danced round her, holding the pink dressing gown well above her pink slippery feet, and shaking her golden curls, whilst she chanted again, "Oh, Baba's pretty lady, Baba's pretty lady, oh!" "Even though I'm a nurse, I am a lady too," Christina reflected, "and Lady Cicely has given me this beautiful frock, so that I may look my best downstairs, and my pendant would be right with the white gown. I think it wouldn't be wrong to wear it." Her thought was quickly translated into action. Going back to the night nursery, she extracted from the bottom of her modest trunk the box in which she kept her treasure, and drawing out the pendant on its slender chain, held it up to catch the rays of light from the hanging lamp over the chest of drawers. The great emerald shone brightly, like some vividly green star, Christina thought, and the brilliance with which it was set sparkled and scintillated in the light. "It does look nice," the girl whispered complacently, as she clasped the chain and saw the exquisite jewel resting against the whiteness of her neck. "And I wonder what those twisted letters A.V.C. mean. Mother's first name was Mary, her second name was Helen, and not anything beginning with A or V, and of course I don't know what was her surname. I wonder why the initials are A.V.C." But her speculations were of short duration, and soon forgotten in the excitement of going downstairs to join the rest of the party in the hall, after receiving Baba's bear like good night hug, and parting words of admiration. "I am going to have such a very happy evening," Christina said to herself, as she went along the corridor, and stood for a moment at the top of the wide staircase, looking down into the hall below. "I didn't think I was ever in my life going to have such a happy time as Lady Cicely lets me have, and to night will be lovely, just lovely. And how beautiful the hall looks!" Her face was bright with eagerness, her eyes shining with excitement, as she ran down the stairs, quite unaware of what a charming picture she made against the background of dark oak, in her simple white gown, with her crown of dusky hair, and the shining happiness of her eyes. She was right in designating the hall as beautiful. Lighted by myriads of candles, the old walls reflected the bright armour and the leaping flames of the huge fire that burnt on the hearth. The carpets and rugs were all of rich soft hues, that harmonised with the black oak and the shining armour. And pots of bright azaleas, of roses, and of tall lilies filled the place with colour and fragrance. Christina drew a long breath of delight, and the momentary shyness that had swept over her, when the little group by the fireplace turned to watch her descend the stairs, was dissipated, when Lady Cicely put out a hand, and said kindly, "Come close to the blaze, dear, and enjoy it. Is that monkey of mine safely in bed?" "She is on her way there, but I left her dancing round the nursery, singing improvised songs about my clothes, and—" Her sentence was cut short by a sharp exclamation from Sir Arthur, who, as she came near the fire at Cicely's invitation, cast a keenly inquiring glance at her, taking in each detail of her person, from the crown of her hair to the tip of the shoe just showing beneath her white gown; and, when that inquisitorial glance fell upon the jewel resting on her neck, that sharp exclamation broke from him. "How did you come by that pendant?" he questioned, the words jerked out with an abruptness totally lacking in courtesy. Did it not strike you as rather rash to flaunt it here in my very face? How did you come by that pendant?" he questioned. "To flaunt it here?" Christina said shakily, her hand going instinctively to her treasure. "I don't understand." "Come, come, my dear young lady," Sir Arthur answered curtly, waving Cicely aside when she made an attempt to intervene. "You cannot, you really cannot pretend to misunderstand my very simple question. I ask you, where did you get that pendant?" Christina's eyes, wide with fright and bewildered with the shock of being questioned so brusquely and severely, looked from Sir Arthur to Lady Cicely, as though appealing for help, and Cicely said quietly, "Cousin Arthur, what does all this mean?" "It means," he said grimly, "that your child's nurse, her lady nurse, is wearing the pendant for which the police and I have been searching in vain. It means—" "No, oh no," Cicely broke in, "I can't believe what you are implying. It couldn't be true. Christina, tell Sir Arthur he is making a mistake. Tell him where your pendant comes from." "From my mother," the girl faltered, still too taken aback by the unexpected onslaught to be able to think clearly. "This pendant belonged to her. She gave it to me, and I—" "Tut, tut," Sir Arthur interrupted irritably. "It is futile to try and throw dust in our eyes in this way. That pendant is unmistakably, quite unmistakably, no one who had once seen it could be under any delusion about it. It is unique, an heirloom in our family. The very letters above the emerald are initials of an ancestress of mine." Christina stood there silently, whilst the above words were hurled at her, but her face grew paler and paler. Fear deepened in her eyes. "My mother gave it to me," she said again, when, as Sir Arthur ended, there was an expectant pause, as though some exclamation was demanded from her. "She gave it to me when she died. It was hers." "Then you can, of course, tell us for what names the letters stand?" Sir Arthur said slowly, a tinge of contempt in his voice. And because of that note of contempt, Cicely moved nearer to the shrinking girl, whose frightened, bewildered expression moved the little lady's heart to pity for her, and indignation against the angry old man. "Cousin Arthur," she said impulsively, "it is not fair to judge Christina before she has explained about the pendant. Everybody in this land is innocent until he is proved guilty. That is surely only the bare law." And Cicely laughed a little nervously, looking round for support to Miss Doubleday, her kindly old governess, who, also moved by pity for the accused girl, had drawn nearer to Christina. "I wish to do nothing unfair," was Sir Arthur's chilly rejoinder. "If, as Miss Moore tells us, that pendant belonged to her mother, she will be able to tell us too what the initials signify." "I don't know," Christina faltered. "I have often wondered. Perhaps one of them is the initial of your mother's maiden name," Miss Doubleday said gently, anxious to do everything in her power to help the now trembling girl. "I don't know my mother's maiden name," Christina was beginning, when a short laugh broke from Sir Arthur. "You do not know your mother's maiden name?" he said slowly. "Come, come, surely you cannot expect us to believe that." "I don't know whether you'll believe it or not," Christina answered, with a sudden flash of defiance. "It is true, and I don't know what the initials are, but my mother gave me the pendant. I am telling you the simple truth. I cannot say more." "Perhaps you will tell us you never tried to sell or pawn that piece of jewellery at a pawnbroker's shop in Chelsea a few weeks ago?" Sir Arthur asked, next, his glance taking in the look of consternation that flashed over her face, the new shrinking terror in her eyes. "Ah! you cannot deny that fact." "No, oh no." Christina put out her hands, as if to ward off an actual blow. "I did try to pawn it. I was so dreadfully poor, but the man frightened me. I came away from the shop then." "Exactly. They frightened you, because they showed you plainly that they suspected you of having come by the pendant dishonestly. You ran away from the shop." The dreadful truth of every word spoken, the dreadful difficulty, nay, so it seemed to Christina, the impossibility of refuting the accusation levelled against her, made her feel helpless, tongue tied, like some creature caught in a trap from which there was no way of escape. She had no means, none at all, of proving her own story. Her mother, who had given her the jewel, was dead. She had never shown it to anyone. She had never had occasion to show it to anybody. As far as she knew, there was not a living soul in the world who could come forward to declare that the pendant was hers. Even Mrs. Donaldson, her late employer, could not have vouched for her truth and honesty in this respect, for Mrs. Donaldson had not known that she possessed the beautiful thing. She had only been her mother's acquaintance, not even an intimate friend. "But surely," the practical Miss Doubleday here intervened, "surely, if Miss Moore were guilty of stealing the pendant, she would not wear it here, under your very eyes, Sir Arthur. It is not likely—" "I understand Miss Moore to say she was ignorant of the meaning of the initials above the pendant," the old gentleman answered coldly. "Presumably, therefore, she is not aware that C stands for Congreve. There is no reason to suppose that she knew from whose bag she was taking the pendant when she took it." "But I did not take it," Christina cried. "Indeed, indeed, I did not. It is my own, my very own. All I have told you is true." Sir Arthur ignored her words, turning gravely to his cousin. "My dear Cicely, I am very sorry to be unintentionally the cause of so much unpleasantness for you, but I am afraid that, in the interests of justice, I shall be obliged to make this the subject of police investigation." Chapter 17. Modesto, California, May 2012. Chapter 17 of Christina. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Christina by L G Moberly. Chapter 17. Who do you mean by Sir Arthur? Boxing Day had dawned bright and sunny, but before the afternoon rain began to fall, and a rising wind was sweeping over the moor, when, between 3 and 4 o'clock, Denis Fergusson drove along the upland road. A case of pneumonia in a desolate hamlet had suddenly taken a grave turn, and as he sped across the open stretch of country, his thoughts were concentrated on his patient, and on the gravity of her condition. Having threshed out in his mind all the possibilities with regard to this anxious charge, he allowed his thoughts to drift back to his afternoon at Bramwell Castle 2 days before, to Baba's winsome ways, to the sweetness of Baba's mother, to his own dream idol, the dreaming of which had, he was convinced, been such an absurdity, and yet the dream had seemed so wonderful. People may scoff at the bare idea of love at first sight, he mused, as the car passed on its rapid way in the gathering twilight, but sometimes it happens, even to the most prosaic of us. And out of the grey mist that crept over the brown expanse of heather and bracken, he seemed to see Cicely's face, smiling that fascinating smile of hers, which was so childlike, so appealing, so sweet. "And her eyes are like the speedwell in the June hedges," his thoughts ran on, "such a heavenly blue, and when she looks up into your face, and her eyes look at you with the wistfulness of a lovely child's eyes, you want to take her in your arms, and kiss her, and kiss her—" "By Jove, my good fellow, you are a fool," he broke in upon his own inward colloquy, "an abject fool. The little lady of the speedwell eyes is as far above you as the stars in the heaven, and you know it. A struggling South London doctor might quite as well aspire to the planet Venus as to the lady of Bramwell Castle. The less such ideas are encouraged, the better." Resolutely thrusting from him the thoughts that had obtruded themselves unbidden, he drove rapidly on, whilst the grey mist deepened upon the countryside. The rain that had begun in a fine drizzle began to come down in torrents, and the wind rose gradually to the fury of a hurricane. Across the open stretch of heathland the gale broke with terrific force. The rain lashed Fergusson's face, and ran in swift streams down his mackintoshed shoulders and arms, and it was with a little sigh of relief that he turned out of the main road, and into the lane at whose bottom stood the lonely house. Here there was a certain amount of shelter from the high hedges and overshadowing trees, though the great gusts of wind shook the trees until they creaked and groaned and bent beneath the blast. And even in the depths of the desolate valley itself, Fergusson found himself nearly lifted from his feet by the hurricane, when he alighted at the green gate in the wall. Elizabeth appeared quickly in answer to his ring, and her grave face made him say sharply: "She is not worse?" "She seems less like herself to night," the servant answered, a little catch in her voice. "She doesn't always know where she is, or who is talking to her. I think she has got to the end. She can bear no more." The expression used struck the doctor strangely. "I think she has got to the end." The same feeling had been in his own mind when last he had visited the beautiful, lonely lady. It had seemed to him, too, as though she had come to the end of her powers of endurance, as though, having borne lash after lash from fortune, she could bear no more. When he entered her room, he found her lying very still, her face scarcely less white than the pillow against which it rested, her great eyes fixed on the leaping flames of the fire, her hands folded on the sheet, in a way which he had noticed was peculiar to her, the fingers of her right hand close clasped about the plain gold ring that rested on the third finger of her left. Whatever the poor chap who has gone to his account was or did, this woman loved him with an amazing love, Fergusson thought, as he had thought 100 times before, whilst he spoke gently to his patient, seating himself beside her, and observing her closely, though he talked of everything and anything excepting her health. "Do you know," she said presently, in voice very low and dreamy, "I think I have come to the end." This repetition of Elizabeth's words, and of his own thoughts, startled Fergusson, but he did not betray his surprise, only answering gently: "You are worn out now. You have had a long strain, and you are not quite fit to stand it." She smiled up at him, an infinitely pathetic smile. "It is not only that. I don't want to be morbid, I don't mean to be morbid, but something seems to have snapped inside me, some vitality, some power, has gone, and I have come to the end. You feel that now, because of the shock and strain, and because, at the best of times, you are not strong. By and by ah, but I don't think there will be any by and by," she interrupted quickly. "And I am not sorry. Life has brought so much more pain than joy, that I am not either sorry or afraid. Only I wish I could have done more for my world before I went out of it," she added, half whimsically, half sadly, a little smile breaking over her face. "Perhaps what you have been has had even more influence over your world than what you have done," Fergusson said quietly. "It is not always the most apparently active people who have the greatest effect on their fellows." She smiled at him again, but she did not continue the conversation, allowing it to drift away to other topics, until Fergusson, having given her his orders, and promised to send her a new medicine on the morrow, took his departure. "What a baffling mystery the woman is," he reflected, as he walked across the garden to the door in the wall. "I am not more curious than the average man, but I confess she has aroused my curiosity. What has her life been, and why has she—" At this point in his meditations he opened the door, and was on the point of passing out into the road, when he became aware of a figure leaning against the wall close to the door itself. The last remnants of daylight had almost died away, the rain was falling in pitiless torrents, and Fergusson, peering through the twilight gloom, recognised with horror the face of Christina Moore, looking terribly white and exhausted in the dimness. Her crouching position seemed to indicate that she was tired out, and when Fergusson went quickly to her side and put a hand on her shoulder, she shrank back and shivered from head to foot, lifting such frightened eyes to his, that he peered this way and that, thinking she must be fleeing from some dastardly pursuer; but excepting for the moaning of the wind in the trees, and the swishing of the rain, no sound broke the silence, and save the girl herself, there was no sign of any other human being in the lane. "What has happened?" he asked, speaking very quietly to calm her overmastering excitement. "Come into the house, out of the rain, and tell me what is the matter. Why, you are wet through," he added sharply, as he put his hand through the girl's arm, and drew her up the flagged path to the front door. "Yes, I am wet through," she answered in slow, mechanical tones. "I believe it rained ever since I left the station." "The station? Have you walked from the station?" They were standing in the hall now, and by the light of the hanging lamp in its centre, Fergusson could see that the wet was running from Christina's garments, and dropping in small pools on the floor, and that the look of exhaustion was deepening on her face. "Yes, I walked," she said. "I hadn't much money. I was afraid I shouldn't have enough for the cab. They might have called me a thief again, and I am not a thief, indeed, indeed I am not." Her eyes met his once more with so strange and dazed a look, that he began to wonder whether some great shock had unhinged her brain, but he only said, more quietly than before: "I am quite sure you are not a thief. I will call Elizabeth, and she will take care of you. Does Mrs. Stanforth expect you?" "Oh, no, no," Christina broke breathlessly, "only I was so frightened I didn't know what to do, when they said I was a thief, for I can't prove that I am not. I can't prove anything. I have only my bare word. Everybody who could help me is dead." Feeling more and more mystified by every word she spoke, Fergusson rang the bell, and when Elizabeth promptly answered his summons, and stared in mute surprise at the dripping figure standing under the lamp, he said tersely: "Miss Moore has arrived unexpectedly, and she is very wet. Will you put her to bed with hot bottles, and give her something hot to drink? Don't let her talk to night. I will come round and see her in the morning." Perhaps Elizabeth, in the long years of her service with Margaret, had learnt to accustom herself to surprises, and she expressed no astonishment now, but a look of compassion for the drenched and exhausted girl crossed her kindly face, and with a comprehending nod to the doctor, she took Christina's hand and led her upstairs, the girl going with her as unresistingly as a little child might have done. "Worn out, utterly worn out, and frightened to death," Fergusson commented inwardly. "Now what can have happened to bring her here in this condition, and to make her say such extraordinary things about not being a thief? I must tell Mrs. Stanforth what liberties I have taken with her house, and come back as early as I can to morrow." He ran lightly upstairs again to his patient's room, and told her of Christina's unlooked for arrival, finding to his relief that she was in no wise startled or upset by what she heard. "Poor little girl," was her soft comment, "we will take great care of her. Elizabeth loves having a young thing to mother. We will do our best for her, and perhaps in the morning she will be able to explain herself. It is difficult to imagine what can have happened, she seemed so happy in her work." "It is impossible to suppose that Lady Cicely can have been unkind to her," Fergusson answered thoughtfully. "She could not be unkind to a living soul. However, speculation is a fruitless task. We must wait till Miss Moore can tell us her own story. I did not dare question her to night, she was already completely overwrought." And it was still a very wan and white Christina who was taken the next morning into Margaret's room by Elizabeth, and Margaret's observant eyes saw at once that all the girl's nerves were on the stretch, that she was in a condition of acute tension. The wish to help this young thing in her hour of need, the sudden necessity for stretching out a succouring hand to another human being, acted as a trumpet call to Margaret's own strong character, and she looked more herself this morning than she had done for many weeks. "You poor child," she said to Christina, a motherly tenderness in her accents, "have you slept properly, and are you rested?" "I woke rather often," the girl answered with a nervous glance about her. "I kept on starting up, and fancying they had come with the police." "Why should anyone come with the police?" Margaret asked gently. "Tell me what has happened. Why are you afraid? Surely Lady Cicely cannot have treated you unfairly or unkindly?" "No," Christina faltered. I think she believed in me, but Sir Arthur—" "Sir Arthur?" Margaret interrupted, a sudden sharp note in her voice. "Who do you mean by Sir Arthur?" "Sir Arthur Congreve. He is Lady Cicely's cousin, her husband's cousin." Margaret's white face flushed brightly, but she did not speak. "It was he who accused me of being a thief, and I was so frightened, so dreadfully frightened, that I ran away." "Ran away? Oh, my dear, try to collect yourself, and tell me quietly all about everything. Why did Sir Arthur make such an accusation against you?" "He saw a piece of jewellery I was wearing, and he said it had belonged to his wife, that Lady Congreve had been robbed, and that I had robbed her. He was sure of it, quite sure, and I had nothing but my bare word to give him. I could prove nothing." "But I can't understand. Why should Sir Arthur imagine you would wish to steal I mean his wife's jewel? Had she lost it at Bramwell Castle?" "No, she lost it some weeks ago in a train. A young woman took it from her bag, and they are sure I was the young woman. You see, when I came to Lady Cicely, I only had references from people who were dead, and much too far off to be got at, like the solicitor who is I don't know where in Africa. She took me on trust, and there isn't anybody here who can say I am honest, not anybody." Christina's words ended in a little wail. She put her head down upon the coverlet, and Margaret's hand softly caressed her dusky hair. "But why did you run away?" she asked. "Surely it would have been better to face the difficulty. They may think your running away is a sign of guilt." "I know," the girl answered, lifting her head and looking into Margaret's face with despairing eyes. "I thought of that so often as I was coming along in the train, but I was afraid to go back. I am afraid to try and face it out, because, you see, I can prove nothing." "When did Sir Arthur make this accusation?" "Yesterday. I think it was yesterday." Christina frowned with the effort of memory. "It was on Christmas evening. Yes, that was yesterday. And when Sir Arthur said he would send for the police, I ran out of the hall and up to my room. I think I was almost mad. I tore off my frock, my pretty frock that Lady Cicely had given me, and when there came a knock at the door, and I heard Lady Cicely's voice, I would not let her in at first. And then I opened the door, and she came in, and begged me to tell just the whole truth, and I said I had told the truth, I couldn't make it any different. And she was so sad, her eyes looked all hurt, and she said she couldn't doubt me, and yet Sir Arthur was determined to send for the police, and then she said she would send up my dinner to the nursery. It was Christmas Day, you know," the girl went on, a wistful look in her eyes, "and I had been looking forward so very much to Christmas, in a happy, homely home like Bramwell Castle, and my new frock was so sweet, and then to think of having to eat my Christmas dinner alone in the nursery, accused of being a thief." A little sob caught her breath. "But I didn't eat dinner at all," she went on hurriedly. "After Lady Cicely had gone down again, I thought and thought about the police coming, until I couldn't bear it any more, so I just put on my serge frock and my thick coat and hat, and whilst dinner was going on in the dining room, I slipped away and out of the house. I felt like a wild thing, mad with terror. My only wish was to get right away as fast as I could. I was afraid, I was so afraid, and I did not know where to go or what to do, and when the thought of you came into my head, I knew I must come straight to you." "But, my dear," Margaret's gentle voice broke in, "you say all this happened last night. Where did you sleep? How could you get away from Bramwell Castle on Christmas night?" "I walked to one of the nearest stations, not the one they generally use, but another, Hansley, where no one knew me by sight, and there was no train till early in the morning, so I just stayed in the waiting room all night. They let me, though it wasn't really allowed, but they let me do it, because there was nowhere else for me to stay, and in the morning I came away again, and because it was Boxing Day, the trains were very bad and very slow, and I did not get to Merlin Station till ever so late, and then I walked here." "Walked here? From Merlin's? But, my dear, it must be 7 miles." "It seemed like 100," Christina answered wearily. "I didn't know how to get myself along at last, and it blew and rained, and I thought I should die on the road, only I wanted to get to you." Margaret's caressing hands again stroked the girl's dark hair. "You poor little thing," she said, "I am glad you came to me, but I am sorry you came away at all. It will make things so much worse for you." "But you will keep me here?" Christina pleaded, a look of panic terror in her eyes. "You won't make me go back to Bramwell? You won't let me be given up to the police?" "We must talk it all over with Dr. Fergusson," was the gentle rejoinder. "I don't feel that I am quite strong enough to decide what is best for you to do, but Dr. Fergusson will know. He has such a sound judgment, and he judges rightly as well as soundly." "It was cowardly of me to run away," the girl exclaimed, clasping her hands together with a curiously childish gesture, "but I felt so alone, so frightened, and I had no proof that what I said was true. I have no proofs now. I can't even make it clear to you that I am not telling a pack of lies." "Can't you?" Margaret smiled. "I don't think I want proofs of your truthfulness. You carry truth in your face. All the same, for your own sake, and for the sake of justice, I am sorry you can produce no proofs of your statement." "I can't do anything but give my word," the girl said despairingly. "Mother gave me the jewel just before she died. It was a great treasure of hers. She valued it immensely. I think she meant to tell me something more when she gave it me, only the sentence she began was never finished. The two last words she spoke, the very last, were 'Tell Arthur,' and then she died." "Tell Arthur?" The same startled look which the mention of that name had before brought into Margaret's eyes, flashed into them again. Who was Arthur? "I don't know. I never knew anything about my mother's people. I do not even know her maiden name, and that sounds so improbable, that it made my story about the jewel seem more than ever ridiculous, when I told it at Bramwell Castle." What a strange complication! Margaret's dark eyes fixed themselves thoughtfully on Christina's face. "I wonder why your mother kept you in ignorance of her maiden name, and of her family? Have you any idea what made her so reticent?" "No. Until lately it never struck me how odd and unusual it is that I should not know these things. I never mixed with other girls. We lived a very isolated life, my father and mother and I accepted everything in it without question, but now I realize that it was not ordinary and normal, and I often wonder about it, but I shall never know what it all meant. They are dead, my father and mother, and the clergyman who knew us in Devonshire is dead, and as I told you, the solicitor went to Africa, and I don't know where he is." "But these people with whom you lived, the Donaldsons, surely they must know something of your history?" "Oh, no, they would know nothing. I only knew Mrs. Donaldson at all because she was staying in the village near our home, and mother was kind to her children when they were ill. She was in no way an intimate friend of ours, and the very few people we knew in the village, were only acquaintances. There is nobody in the whole world who could vouch for my innocence." "It is a curious predicament. We can only ask Dr. Fergusson's advice, and act upon it. I wish I could understand why there is something so oddly familiar about your face and voice." Her own low voice was puzzled. "I believe I have asked you this before, but are you sure, quite sure, we never met until you saw me here?" "Quite sure," Christina answered emphatically. "I couldn't have forgotten you. But I think I must be very like somebody, for last night," she shivered, "just as I crossed the hall of the Castle, I saw Lady Congreve give me a big start, and she said to Lady Cicely quite loud, I couldn't help hearing her, 'My dear Cicely, who is she like?' I think I must have a double somewhere." "I think you must," Margaret replied slowly. "It is very curious. But to go back to the more vital matter of the moment, did you bring away the jewel that has caused all this trouble?" "Why, yes," Christina answered simply. "It was on my neck when Sir Arthur saw it, and I never took it off. I can show it to you now." Slipping her hand inside her frock, the girl unfastened the slender gold chain, drew out the pendant, and handed it to the woman in the bed. "You see," she said, "it is very beautiful, and very unique. That wonderful emerald with the twisted letters above it." "The letters? Yes, I see." Margaret's voice was low and hoarse, and Christina, roused from her absorption in her own thoughts of the jewel, and of all that had happened, started when she saw the expression on the other's face. "I see," Margaret repeated, "the emerald with brilliants around it, and above it the twisted letters A V C. But how comes it that your mother possessed this pendant with the letters A V C? What does it mean? My dear child, what does it mean?" CHAPTER 18. Recording by Linda Fredericks, Modesto, California, June 2012.
Chapter 18 of Christina. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Capricia Page. Christina by L G Moberly. Chapter 18. You are my own sister's child. She has totally disappeared, and of course her disappearance makes Cousin Arthur more sure than ever that she is guilty. And, oh, Rupert, it is just a horrid tangle, and I wish you had come home sooner. So do I. Rupert, standing by the fireside in Cicely's boudoir in Bramwell Castle, looked kindly down at his cousin. But it is really a piece of good luck that I am here now. I expected to have to spend some weeks in Naples, but it turned out that young Jack had given us all a causeless scare. He hadn't got typhoid, only rather a good spurious imitation of it, and he is doing perfectly well. So, having wiped off an old score with him, I came away. Wiped off an old score? Cicely looked mystified. Yes, young ass. He played a low-down practical joke upon me a few weeks ago, and I'm glad to say he was convalescent enough to be able to receive the piece of my mind which I offered him before I left Naples. Rupert laughed rather grimly, then said quickly, "However, Leighton and his practical joke are immaterial now. Tell me about Miss Moore. You say Sir Arthur accuses her of stealing. It sounds a preposterous notion." "My dear Rupert, Cousin Arthur is nothing if not preposterous, and the worst of it is that this time he has some sort of method in his madness. It seems perfectly obvious that Christina was wearing a pendant that had belonged to Cousin Ellen, and they accuse her of having stolen it." Cicely next proceeded to tell in full the story of the accusation and its results, and Rupert listened in silence until she had finished. Then he said slowly, "But no girl in her senses would flaunt a stolen thing in the faces of the people from whom she stole it. Common sense might have told Sir Arthur that elementary fact." "He doesn't know the meaning of common sense," Cicely exclaimed. "He made up his mind Christina was the young woman who was in the train, and stole the pendant from Cousin Ellen's bag. You might as well try to shake Mont Blanc down as alter Cousin Arthur's fixed convictions. He's frightened Christina out of her wits with threats of the police, and she ran away." "Pity she did that," Rupert said tersely. "She would have been wiser to face it out. And I can't believe she can be guilty. It is impossible to connect guilt with her." As he spoke, he saw a mental picture of a low, firelit room, a girlish face uplifted to his in the dancing light of the flames, sweet eyes full of sympathy, a mouth just curved into a smile that made him think vaguely of the way his mother had smiled at him, though the girl herself was such a bit of a thing, and so young. "I can't think of her as guilty," he repeated. "Of course you can't," said Cicely impatiently. "I should as soon believe I was a thief myself than believe Christina could be one. Don't imagine I doubt her. I never doubted her for a moment, only I wish she hadn't gone away, and I wish I knew where she had gone." Rupert's face grew grave. "Has she any friends or relations to whom she would be likely to go?" "I am afraid not. You know she was rather a waif and stray, when I first engaged her as Baba's nurse. You were doubtful then about my wisdom in taking her with practically no references. But she has been invaluable with Baba, and I have learnt to care for her too. She is such a dear soul." "A restful soul," Rupert said dreamily, and as Cicely stared at him in surprise, a little look of embarrassment crossed his face. "I saw her at Graystone, when I went to call upon Baba," he said, trying to speak lightly, because of the surprise in Cicely's glance. "She seemed to be just the sort of restful, cheery nurse you would want for a child." "Yes," Cicely answered, wondering why Rupert's first dreamy words, "a restful soul," seemed to have no connection with the latter part of his sentence. "She suits Baba admirably. The poor baby is utterly woebegone without her. Baba calls Christina her pretty lady, and she has been crying her small heart out over her loss." "Miss Moore went away on Christmas night, you say?" "Yes, 2 nights ago. She took nothing with her in the way of luggage. She must have walked to the station. She went to Hansley, we have discovered that much, and she sat all night in the waiting room because there was no train till the early morning." "Then you know in what place she booked?" Rupert questioned. "She booked to Torne Junction. Beyond there we cannot trace her. Cousin Arthur ramped all yesterday, and talked a great deal of bombastic nonsense. To-day, to my great relief, he and Cousin Ellen departed. But he still threatens the police. I am only hoping he may let the police question lapse for a day or two. He is very busy hunting down a derelict brother-in-law." "My dear Cicely, what do you mean, a derelict brother-in-law?" "I know nothing about the poor thing." Cicely spread out her hands and laughed. "Cousin Arthur takes it for granted that I have his family history at my fingertips, and I can't remember that John ever told me whether Cousin Arthur ever had a brother-in-law. But the dear old man throws out mysterious hints about the derelict, who has evidently done something terrible, and he sighs and groans over his poor sister, the derelict's wife. But I don't know what has happened to either the sister or the husband. Meanwhile we have no right to let a young girl like Miss Moore lose herself or get into difficulties, if we can possibly prevent it," Rupert said. "Her running away was an undoubted blunder, but it is our business to find her and try to set things straight. The difficulty is to know where to begin to look for her. Scotland Yard suggests itself as a place to which in common sense one should apply for help." "I don't want publicity and fuss if it can be avoided," Cicely said dutifully. "Cousin Arthur's rigid sense of justice makes him declare with unwavering obstinacy that it is a case for the police, the whole police, and nothing but the police. But being an ordinary, silly, fluffy little woman, I have the ordinary woman's horror of the law." "You are so entirely typical of the silly, fluffy woman," Rupert said drily, but looking at his cousin with affectionate, laughing eyes. "However, without bringing the majesty of the law to bear upon the theft, or rather supposed theft, for I don't myself believe in it, there is no reason why Scotland Yard should not help us to find Miss Moore. Perhaps I can induce Sir Arthur to hold his hand for the present about the accusation against her. He must be amenable to—" The sentence was broken off short as the door opened, and a footman entered and handed a telegram to his mistress. "For Cousin Arthur," she said, glancing from the orange-coloured envelope to Rupert. "I wonder whether I had better just open it, or have it re-telegraphed straight to him." "Open it, I should think," Rupert answered carelessly. "It may be some trivial matter which you can answer." And acting upon his words, Cicely drew out the pink paper from its orange cover, and read the lines written upon it, read them slowly, and with a puzzled frown that changed suddenly to an expression of delight. "What an extraordinary coincidence! You need not wait, James. I will send the answer down to the telegraph boy in a few minutes. Look at this, Rupert," she went on as the footman left the room. "Isn't it extraordinary that the telegram should have come in the very minute of our conversation?" Rupert took the flimsy paper from her hand, and as he read the words his cousin saw an extraordinary change flash over his face. A dusky colour mounted to his forehead, and a strange brightness leapt to his eyes, and having read the words himself, he read them aloud. "Come here at once. Wire to post office, Graystone, and any train shall be met. Christina Moore with me. Have made important discovery. Margaret Stanforth. At last, he murmured under his breath, as with curious deliberation he folded up the telegram and handed it back to Cicely. At last I have found her. The low spoken words reached Cicely's ear, and she stared at her cousin's transformed face, saying almost involuntarily, "But, Rupert, I can't understand. Are you really so pleased to have found Christina?" Rupert looked at her with a sudden confusion in his glance. "Did I speak my thoughts out loud?" he said. "Look here, Cicely, I am afraid I was not thinking of Miss Moore at that moment, though I am glad, very glad, to hear she is safe. And she is in such good hands too," he added softly, the light in his eyes making Cicely realise all at once that there was a Rupert she had never known, besides the Rupert who had always been so steadfast a rock upon which to lean. "It isn't fair to have said so much and not say more," he added quickly. "This lady who telegraphs, Margaret Stanforth, is a friend of mine, a most noble and dear friend. I had lost sight of her, and I am glad to know where she is." Although the words were bald to the point of coldness, Cicely saw that the usually self-controlled man was deeply stirred by an emotion that almost overmastered him, and she tactfully refrained from directly answering his words, saying only, "I am very glad Christina is in such good hands. I must telegraph this message on to Cousin Arthur at once. It is evidently most important." "Evidently," Rupert replied absently, but he roused himself to rewrite the telegram for Cicely, and only when it had been dispatched did he turn to her and say, "I wonder whether it would be wrong of me to take advantage of the information this telegram has given me, whether I might go to Graystone too." "But you see there is no actual address on the message," Cicely answered, her quicker woman's wit having discovered this omission. "Graystone post office is mentioned, but it is obvious that for some reason the lady's own address has been left out. I don't feel that I can give any advice when I know none of the circumstances, but it seems like taking an unfair advantage to act on this telegram, which you are not supposed to have seen at all." "And some fools in this world would declare a woman has no sense of honour," Rupert exclaimed with a short laugh. "You can give me points about honour, that's certain. Of course you are right." He laughed again, a rueful, rather bitter little laugh. "I can't go and hunt her out on the strength of a telegram I was never meant to see, but my God, it is hard to keep away." He turned from Cicely, and putting his arms upon the mantelpiece, leant his head upon them for a moment, only for a moment. Then he straightened himself and said quickly, "After all, I have got to forget this telegram, ignore it, and make myself feel that things are as they were." "I am so sorry, Rupert," Cicely said gently, answering the look on his face rather than his actual speech. "Is there nothing anybody can do for you?" "You are a kind little person," he answered. "No, there is nothing. Mrs. Stanforth is my friend, the best friend man ever had, and if just now she finds it best that there should be silence between us, I am ready to accept her decision. Only silence is the very devil," he ended, again with a rueful laugh. That telegram to Sir Arthur Congreve would have dispatched on the previous day, but for Margaret's sudden and startling collapse during her conversation with Christina. The girl's mention of the pendant, which she asserted had been given to her by her mother, and the sight of the pendant itself, had produced in the elder woman a terrible excitement, which had ended in her sinking back amongst her pillows in a dead faint. The words she had spoken before she became unconscious had seemed to Christina like the incoherent ramblings of a delirious person, and in the alarm caused by Margaret's unconsciousness, she had set them aside, and to all intents and purposes forgotten them. Indeed, so little importance had she attached to them, that when Dr. Fergusson came to see his patient, Christina only accounted for Margaret's sudden collapse by the long and interesting conversation in which they had been engaged, and she added in accents of self-reproach, "I think I ought only to not have come here at all, and certainly I ought not to have shown her how upset and frightened I was. Your coming, and even the telling of your story, ought not to be enough to account for Mrs. Stanforth's collapsing in this way," the doctor answered, a puzzling look in his eyes. "She is such a singularly sane, well balanced woman, that one feels there must have been something quite unusual to account for her fainting so suddenly. As far as for you, you had no shock?" "No, none," Christina replied. "I mean, I know of no shock. I was just sitting by her bed, telling her about Sir Arthur and his accusation, and she was very much interested, and asked if I had the pendant with me, and directly she saw it she got quite white, and said something I could not understand about the initials over the emerald, and then, all at once, she dropped back and was unconscious for a few seconds." Fergusson looked keenly at the speaker. "Mrs. Stanforth had never seen this pendant before?" "No, never." It was Christina's turn to look puzzled. "I had never seen her until the day she came to the gate to ask me to fetch a doctor. To all intents and purposes she and I are strangers." "It seems rather incomprehensible, like a good many things connected with this house," Fergusson said under his breath. He and Christina stood in what was evidently the drawing room of the house, a long low room, furnished with the rather heavy and uninteresting furniture of the early Victorian period, the light coloured chintzes on the chairs and sofas, and the pale grey of the walls giving the only relief to the dinginess of the apartment. "I am not more inquisitive than the rest of mankind," Fergusson went on, into which he had never before penetrated, "but I confess this establishment and its mistress do arouse my curiosity. However, her affairs are no affairs of ours," he wound up briskly, "and my business now is to make her—" He broke off abruptly, and looked keenly at Christina, a great sadness in his eyes. "No, I can't say make her well, but there is no hope of that. But I've got to make her better." "Do you mean," Christina asked, "do you mean that she can't really get well?" Fergusson shook his head. "She is worn out. Something has worn her out. Whether a long strain or a great sorrow I cannot say, but she has no more resisting power. She has come to the end of it, and she is too ill now to be able to right herself again." "It seems so dreadful," Christina whispered. "So much in life seems so dreadful," he answered kindly, "but when some day we learn the reason for all that makes things so impossible to understand, we shall know that the pattern has been worked out exactly right, by hands far more skilful than ours. We can see only such a little bit of the pattern now. By and by we shall see the whole. Mrs. Stanforth is asking for the young lady." Elizabeth's voice sounded from the door. "She seems more like herself now, and she wants the young lady to come to her at once." The doctor and Christina moved quickly away together to the bedroom, where Margaret lay with her face towards the door, her dark eyes full of wistful eagerness. Christina thought she had never seen anyone who looked so fragile, so ethereal. It seemed to the girl as though a breath might have power to blow her away. Yet her voice was curiously strong, and the eagerness in her eyes was apparent too in her voice. "It was stupid of me to faint," she said, putting out her hands to the girl. "I expect I am not very strong, and all that suddenly flashed upon me when you showed me the pendant, came as a great shock." "When I showed you the pendant?" Christina repeated, and there was unfeigned surprise in her glance. "But did you know? Have you seen?" "Yes, I think I know all about the pendant," came the slow reply, "though I am not sure that I have actually seen it before. I think I know all about it. I believe I can clear up the mystery that has puzzled Sir Arthur, and I hope I can prove to him that you are not a thief." "But how?" Christina faltered, whilst Dr. Fergusson, standing at the end of the bed, looked intently at his patient, wondering whether by any possibility she could be wandering, and decided that her eyes and manner were too sane and quiet to allow such a possibility to be considered. "Not really strange. A smile illuminated the beautiful face in the bed. "In real life, these coincidences happen oftener than people think, and I only wonder I was so foolish as not to see the truth before." "What truth?" Christina asked, feeling more than ever puzzled. "Why, my dear, that you and I have a real tie to one another. I think, no, I am almost sure, that you are my own sister's child." "Oh!" It was the only word that Christina could utter for a long, long moment. Then she exclaimed under her breath, "But how could such a wonderful thing be true? Why do you think it possible? Could I really, really belong to you? Oh!" She spoke breathlessly, her colour coming and going, her eyes bright, and Margaret smiled again. "I believe you could really belong to me," she said, "and it was that beautiful pendant of yours which gave me the clue, which made me realize why I had so constantly felt as if I must have known you before. I am sure your mother was my dear elder sister, and there is so much in you like her, little ways of looking and speaking, little gestures. Oh, I don't know why I did not see long ago that you must be Helen's daughter." "My mother's name was Helen," the girl said, "and she often talked to me about her lovely sister, but she always spoke of her as Peg. That name makes me remember myself as very young indeed," Margaret answered tremulously, her eyes suddenly misty with tears. "When I was just a wild girl with my hair all down my back, Helen called me Peg, and Arthur always thought the nickname rather infidèle." "Arthur?" Christina said quickly. "Yes, Arthur, my brother Arthur. Ah, I forgot. You do not understand the wheels within wheels of all this strange discovery. Sir Arthur Congreve is my brother, and—" "Your brother?" Christina's tone rang with amazement, and the doctor started. "My brother, and if my surmises are correct, which I am sure they are, he is your uncle." "How funny," Christina said, a little twinkle in her eye. "And he has very nearly handed his own niece over to the police, if it is all really true, only it seems like some sort of wonderful fairy tale, that couldn't possibly be true. How do you account for the pendant which, according to Sir Arthur, belongs to his wife, Lady Congreve, being in Miss Moore's possession?" Fergusson here put in. "I do not doubt Miss Moore for an instant, but not for a single instant. But why was Sir Arthur so sure she was wearing his wife's jewel?" "Because the pendant Miss Moore wears is an exact replica of the one belonging to Lady Congreve," Margaret answered composedly. "But I do not suppose either Arthur or his wife had the least idea that the pendant was ever copied." "Copied?" Christina echoed. "Yes. The pendant belonging to Arthur's wife is an heirloom in our family, passing always to the wife of the eldest son. But Helen, your mother, dear, I'm quite sure she was your mother, was the eldest of we three. Helen first, next Arthur, and then me. I was the baby. And because Helen was the firstborn, and I think her favourite child, our mother had the family pendant copied for her after she went away. The initials are the initials of an ancestor of ours to whom the pendant belonged. A.V.C. Amabel Veronica Congreve. But my mother never saw her own mother, or any of her people after she first left them," Christina said. "They were very angry with her for marrying my father. She never saw them again." "No, she never saw them again. Both she and I married against their wishes, and after I left my old home, I never went back to it any more. But I think our mother's heart must have yearned over Helen, for she had that pendant copied just as I said, and she sent it to Helen. She told me so herself. I did not leave home till 3 years later than Helen." "Then your mother and Mrs. Moore corresponded?" Dr. Fergusson said. "No, not quite that. My father was terribly angry at Helen's marriage, as he was afterwards about mine. But Helen wrote to my mother when her baby was born, and it was then that the pendant was copied and sent. No one but I knew that my mother had had it done. My father was a very stern man. He would have been terribly angry with my mother if he had known of this, and she told no one but me. Arthur never knew." "The whole thing seems to be growing clearer and clearer," Fergusson said slowly, "and you will be able to make it plain to Sir Arthur." A shiver ran through Margaret's frame. "It means that I must see Arthur," she said, and for the first time since she had begun speaking, her voice shook. "I must see him, and tell him the story of the pendant. All the real necessity for hiding is over," she added under her breath. "It is only cowardice to avoid Arthur now." "There is one thing that puzzles me." The doctor left his post at the foot of the bed, and coming to his patient's side, laid a finger on her wrist. "I do not want you to worry yourself now with any more thoughts and questionings. Only answer me this one thing. If you knew your sister's married name, why did you never connect Miss Moore with her?" "I did not know her real name," was the reply. "She married a singer. She met him in town. I was a young girl at home in the country, and I never saw him. In the singing world he was known as Signor Donaldo, and we only knew him by that name." "My father's name was Donald," Christina exclaimed, "and I knew that once he had sung, but before I can remember anything he had lost his voice. He played the organ in the village church, and he taught music too, and singing as well, but he was never called anything but Moore. I never knew him by any other name. Mother has often told me that he could not bear to remember the time when he had a beautiful voice, and I think he must have dropped his singing name when he lost his voice." "And he and Helen were happy?" The words seemed to break involuntarily from Margaret's lips. "I think father and mother never stopped being lovers," Christina answered simply. "They were just the whole world to one another, just the whole world." End of chapter 18. Recording by Capricia Page. Chapter 19 of Christina. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Capricia Page. Christina by L G Moberly. Chapter 19. Per incertas certa amor. Sir Arthur glanced round the bleak little way station with disapproval. The December day was grey and raw. The December wind blustered along the exposed platform in chilling, tempestuous gusts, and the upland country that stretched to right and left of the line wore a highly uninviting aspect. "Now what is Margaret doing in this desolate part of the world?" he reflected irritably. "And why does she send me such a ridiculously mysterious telegram? Women have no sense of proportion. They must always indulge in subtleties and mysteries." These irascible meditations brought him to the station exit, before which stood a brougham, the only conveyance of any sort within sight. Beyond the tiny station a white road wound away over the moors, but, excepting for 2 cottages on the brow of the first hill, there was no sign to be seen of any human habitation. "Has that carriage been sent to meet Sir Arthur Congreve?" the old gentleman inquired of the one porter lounging by the gate. and the man nodded before replying with bucolic slowness. "That carriage be come from the White House up to Greystone, to fetch Sir Arthur Congreve. Driver he told me so hisself." Very well, very well," Sir Arthur said impatiently, making his way to the carriage door and opening it, before the porter, now engaged in thoughtfully scratching his head, had collected his wits sufficiently to perform this act of courtesy for the traveller. "I conclude you know where I am to be driven," he added, speaking to the man on the box. "Yes, sir, to the house in the valley, the house where the gentleman—" "That will do, as long as you know where you are to go," cutting short the coachman's volubility, and entering the brougham, glad to sit amongst the cushions and shut the window against the sweeping blast. The uplands looked their very greyest and worst on that December day. A low grey sky stooped to meet the hillsides, on which brown heather and brown bracken made a depressing tone of colour to mingle with the greyness of the clouds and of the mists that crept up from the valleys. The bareness of the wide stretch of moor was broken here and there by a clump of fir trees, which showed dark and sombre against the grey background, and the fogginess of the atmosphere obscured the great view, which was usually the chief charm of the uplands. Sir Arthur was at no time an admirer of scenery, and to-day he turned his gaze shudderingly from the barren landscape, and drawing a piece of paper from his pocket, proceeded to bury himself in its contents, and to thrust the outer world as far as possible away from his consciousness. By nature an unimaginative man, he had ruthlessly stamped out any germ of imagination or poetry which might have been latent within him, setting himself with grim resolution to thrust away the beauty as a snare, and to regard everything about him as merely temporal and destructive. He forgot, or perhaps he deliberately chose to not recognise, that the eternal is set around the temporal, not as a thing apart, but encompassing it, permeating it, so that the temporal and eternal are one. He had sternly set his face against all the softer aspects of life, doing his duty grimly and with stiff back, disinclined at any time to any relaxation in discipline either for himself or his fellow sinners, more ready to rule by fear than by love, a man who would have made an equally excellent Ironside or Grand Inquisitor, according to the particular turn of his religious convictions. As he drove now along the lonely white road, his thoughts chiefly centred themselves upon Margaret, his beautiful sister Margaret, who, in spite of her sins and follies, as he considered them to be, had always held a place in her brother's heart. He gave her the place grudgingly. He would have gone to the stake rather than confess that her beauty made, or ever had made, any appeal to him. And yet, as he was driven quickly onwards under the lowering skies, it was his sister's beautiful face that rose persistently before him, her face, as he had last seen it when she was a radiant girl, in the glory of her happy girlhood. It was odd, it was even annoying to him, that just this particular vision out of the past should fill his mind now. But for once in his grim and well-disciplined life, he was unable to drive away the haunting vision. The garden of the old house made the setting of the picture, the garden that was now his own, and the sunk lawn with the sundial amongst the rose trees, that had been his father's pride. Margaret had stood beside the sundial on that far-off June day, her fingers lightly tracing the motto that ran round the dial's face, her laughing eyes lifted to her brother. "Ah, but you don't believe in the motto, you see." The words came echoing back to him across the years, until he almost felt as though he could actually hear the low voice again, and Margaret's voice had always had such unspeakable charm. "You think a motto like this is just silly and sentimental, don't you, Arthur?" And once more her finger had traced the faint lettering, whilst she slowly read the words aloud. Per incertas certa amor. Through uncertainty, certain is love. I mean that to be my motto, as well as the motto of the sundial. Just a tiny ring of defiance seemed to creep into her voice with the last words. Sir Arthur remembered it even now, and he had answered her gravely, out of the depths of his convictions. He had spoken with solemnity of duty as higher than love, and she had laughed again, her deep soft laugh, though the look in her eyes had betrayed her laughter. "Love is the greatest thing in the world," she had said, very slowly, very quietly, but the words rang with the sureness of a great certainty. "Love is the only thing that matters in all the world, because to love properly is to be perfect. Duty, right, goodness, they all follow upon love, real love. Love is the greatest thing in the world. Through all uncertainty, love is sure." Well, she had acted upon her creed. She had loved and suffered for a man who was not worthy to touch the hem of her garment, in his, Sir Arthur's, opinion. But women, as he had before reflected, women had no sense of proportion. They were incomprehensible. Margaret no less incomprehensible than all the rest of her sex. He had reached this point in his reflections when he observed that the carriage was no longer bowling along the smooth high road, but had turned into a steep and rather rough lane, which wound downwards between high hedges, that presently merged themselves into dense woods, ending abruptly at last in a small clearing, upon which stood a house surrounded by a wall. Before the green gate in this wall, the carriage stopped. Sir Arthur's keen eyes noted with approval the quiet, respectful manner of the old servant who admitted him. He had been more than half expecting to find himself in some kind of dread and unwonted Bohemia, the very thought of which sickened his soul. And Elizabeth, with that air of the old-fashioned maid who has only lived in the right sort of house, impressed him favourably. "My mistress wished me to take you straight to her room, sir," she said, "and the doctor asked me to say that any great agitation would be very bad for her." "Is she ill, then?" The question came with sharpness. "Yes, sir, very ill. The doctor is anxious to keep her as quiet as possible, but he thought it best she should see you, her heart is so set upon it." Those words made Sir Arthur's own heart contract a little, and before his mental vision there flashed again the beautiful radiant face of the girl in the white gown, the girl who had stood beside the sundial, saying in her deep, sweet voice, "Love is the greatest thing in the world." The words still rang in his brain as Elizabeth ushered him into the big bedroom, and his eyes fell upon the woman propped up with pillows, her face turned towards the door. The radiant face of the girl beside the sundial seemed to fade slowly from his mind, whilst he stood silently looking at the woman in the bed, the woman who put out her hand to him with a faint smile, and said softly: "It was good of you to come, Arthur. You will let us meet now as friends after all these years?" The words were a question rather than an assertion, but he did not answer the question. He stood as though rooted to the floor, staring at her, in an astonishment too great at first for words. Then he said slowly: "But I shouldn't have known you. I shouldn't have known you, Margaret. I can't believe—" He broke off abruptly, a tremor in his voice, and Margaret said gently: "I daresay I am very much changed since you last saw me. In those days I was only a girl. Now I am a woman, who has known so much of life, so very much of life. It seems as though my irresponsible girlhood belongs to another existence, and life has set its marks upon my face." "Yes," he answered vaguely, still staring at her. "I'm afraid your life—" "There has been very much sorrow, and very much joy," she interrupted, as gently as she had spoken before, "and now I am within sight of the end, and I am glad." "Why do you say that?" he asked, his usually grim voice curiously softened. "You are ill now, but I hope with care and time—" She interrupted him again, a smile on her face. "No, it is not a question of care or time. I am glad it is not. It is only a question of how long my strength will hold out. You know, Max is dead." She said the words as simply as though she were merely saying that somebody had gone into the next room, and her brother started. "Dead!" he exclaimed. "No, I didn't know it. I heard he was in England, heard it vaguely and undecidedly, and I have been trying to find you both. I wanted to prevent any talk, any scandal." "There need never be any talk now. He came to England only a few weeks before he died. He had been wandering about Europe, and then he came to England to die." She spoke quietly, but the pauses in her sentence seemed to show what a mental strain she was enduring. "Marion helped him to get here. I was too ill to do it, and I did not dare to do too much, lest through me any clue to his whereabouts should be given. I do not think he was ever safe, not safe for a single instant, but he is out of their reach now, safe at last." Arthur's mouth set tightly. There was a gleam of indignation in his eyes, but he remembered the doctor's orders, and refrained from uttering the biting speech on his lips. "Marion? Who is Marion?" he said. "She was English maid to Max's mother. A faithful soul, such a faithful soul. All our letters to one another passed through her hands. She took this house, she brought Max here, she sent for me, and then the long strain told. She had borne so much, she could bear no more. It was all very dreadful. She lost her reason. She went suddenly mad, and the doctors do not think she can ever be well again. She is quite happy now, quite peaceful, they tell me, like a little child, but her mind is gone. And you, Margaret, surely now you must regret," Sir Arthur began impetuously, the natural man asserting itself, in spite of all the doctor's warnings. But again his sister's low voice broke the thread of his speech. "Regret?" she said. "Oh, no. It hurts me to think that I hurt our father and mother. But for myself, I cannot be sorry. I love him so much, and for all our lives together I had his love. He was always mine." "But—" Do what he would, Sir Arthur felt impelled to give voice to the flood of thought within him. "He was not worthy of you, Margaret. You cannot pretend that he was worthy of your love." A great rush of colour poured over her white face, her thin hands trembled. "Worthiness or unworthiness do not seem to come into it at all," she answered, her voice all shaken and low. "When one loves in spite of everything. In spite of everything." Something in her tone, and in the strange illumination of her eyes, momentarily silenced Sir Arthur. He dimly felt himself to be in the presence of a force infinitely greater than anything that had ever come into his own experience. He would not have owned that he had limitations. To a man of his type, the difficulty of owning to limitations is almost insuperable. But far down in the depths of his mind, he vaguely realised that Margaret had reached a height to which he had never attained. "And after all, Arthur, whatever you may feel," Margaret went on more quietly, the colour ebbing from her face, "doesn't it still seem fairer to say, De mortuis?" Sir Arthur bent his head, and before his mind rose the half defaced letters of that other Latin proverb on which Margaret had traced, with her finger on the sundial, out amongst the roses in the sunshine of June, "Per incertas certa amor." And she was still certain of her love, in spite of everything. Silence fell between them after those last words of hers, and it was she who presently broke it, speaking with an effort, and in more ordinary and matter-of-fact tones. "But I did not telegraph to you to come here, in order to worry you with any of my own affairs. I thought I ought to ask you to come because a strange thing has happened, a most curious coincidence. Bring that chair nearer to the bed, and sit down. You look so judicial standing over me." Sir Arthur meekly obeyed, feeling within himself a faint wonder at his own unquestioning obedience, yet compelled to do what that low voice commanded. There was a certain queenliness about this woman, a dignified aloofness, which had a curiously compelling effect upon those about her. The man who so obediently drew up a chair and seated himself, felt it hard to realise that this was his own sister, his younger sister Margaret, whom in the days of their unregenerated youth some people had called Peg. It had been almost impossible to see in her changed face the features of that beautiful girl who had laughed amongst the roses by the sundial, and yet, in spite of the change wrought by sorrow and suffering and the ploughshares of life, she was regally beautiful, even more beautiful than in the days of her girlhood. "I understood from your telegram that you wanted to see me about Ellen's pendant, though I cannot conceive why you should know anything about its whereabouts." "I am afraid I don't know anything about Ellen's pendant,"
was the answer. "But I do know something about the pendant you mistook for Ellen's on Christmas Day. The ornament Christina Moore was wearing was not Ellen's, but her own." "Nonsense, my dear Margaret," Sir Arthur answered testily. "The jewel is unique, and I know every detail of it. I hope you have not brought me here to try to persuade me not to prosecute that wretched nurse of Cicely's. Cicely herself is also trying to make me act against my better judgment, and refrain from calling in the police." "I think you won't want to prosecute, when you hear why I sent for you," was the gentler rejoinder. "It was a very weighty reason that made me want to ask you to come, Arthur." "Why did you telegraph me?" he asked. "Tell me those weighty reasons." "A very strange coincidence has happened, one of those coincidences that are more common in real life than people think. I have discovered, beyond all possibilities of doubt, that Christina Moore is our own niece. She is Helen's daughter." For a long moment Sir Arthur said no single word. He only looked at his sister blankly, with a stare of incredulous astonishment. Then he said slowly "Our niece? Helen's daughter? Impossible, quite impossible, my dear Margaret. You have been taken in by an impostor. Such an idea is incredible, and what proofs have you?" "There is no question of being deceived. The discovery was not forced upon my attention. I made it myself. Christina had no idea that there was any relationship between us. She was taken completely by surprise when I told her she was my sister's child." "You have let your imagination run away with you, Margaret. How can you be sure of what you say? Where are your proofs? I don't believe for a moment that Miss Moore had any connection with Helen. I don't believe it at all." And as Sir Arthur's lips went into a determined line, Margaret smiled faintly, remembering the days of their youth, when her brother had set his mouth in just such obstinate curves, if he were in disagreement with any of his family. Very quietly, but very firmly, Margaret made herself heard, dominating the man by that strength of personality of which he had already become strangely aware, forcing him, against his own inclinations, to hear her story from beginning to end. "At present I have, as you say, no proofs," she said. "No legal proofs, but those should be the least difficult to find. We must get Helen's marriage certificate, and Christina's birth and baptismal certificates. I have been thinking it all out when I lay awake at night. And we must make all necessary inquiries at Staveley, the village where Christina lived with her father and mother. Unfortunately, the clergyman she knew there is dead, and the solicitor who seems to have done Helen's business for her is in Africa, and Christina does not know his address. But the pendant, the emerald pendant, was certainly sent to Helen by our mother, and before Helen died she tried to send you a message. She sank into unconsciousness with your name on her lips. 'Tell Arthur.' Those were her very last words. Those were the very last words she spoke." Sir Arthur's severe face softened. Some of the hardness in his eyes died away. It was in a shaken and softened voice that he said: "It is difficult even now to believe that all this can be true, and yet there is a certain ring of truth about it. I should like to see this Miss Moore. I cannot understand why, if she was innocent of theft, she ran away from Bramwell." "She is very young. She was frightened. She knew she could produce no proof of her innocence. And you must remember, Arthur, that I am the only person living who knows there was a replica of Ellen's pendant. Christina's coming to me was providential. I think she was sent into my care." Sir Arthur was silent. Indeed, he spoke no more until Christina, summoned by Margaret's bell, came into the room, her face flushing and paling by turns when she saw the upright figure seated beside the bed. "I wished to see you," Sir Arthur said, in the magisterial tones which were wont to strike terror into the hearts of guilty offenders. "My sister tells me a very remarkable story, and although pending much more absolute proof, I suspend judgment. I should like to hear your own view of this strange thing." "I don't know what to think about it all," the girl answered, a little shrinking fear in her eyes as they met those piercing blue ones. "I have told everything I know to her," she faltered, glancing at Margaret. "I can only say it all over again to you. It is all true. I have never in all my life said anything that wasn't true," she added proudly. "Your mother never mentioned any of her relations to you, by name? Never spoke of her old home?" "She spoke of her home, and always as if she had loved it dearly, as if it had broken her heart to leave it, but she never told me where it was. She never said any name, until the day she died, until she gave me and said, 'Tell Arthur.' I think perhaps she could not bear to speak of her people, because she loved them all so much, that it hurt her to talk about them. The whole matter must be carefully investigated. I can accept nothing without proof, but naturally, if it can be proved that you are our sister's child, suitable care will be taken of you, and for the present," he still spoke in the judicial tones to which the bench was accustomed, "for the present, I shall waive the matter of the pendant. Meanwhile—" "Meanwhile, my own strong feeling is that Christina should go back to Bramwell," Margaret put in. "It is not fair to put Lady Cicely to inconvenience, and Christina feels with me that she had no right to run away, and leave such a kind and considerate employer in the lurch. If Lady Cicely would like to have her back, Christina is sure she ought to go." "Yes, indeed," Christina said eagerly, a little shamed look in her eyes. "I know I ought never to have come away, but I was so frightened, so dreadfully frightened," and she clasped her hands together in an unconsciously childlike gesture, that stirred the latent humanity in Sir Arthur. Beneath his crusty frigidity there was a certain kindness of heart, and Christina's appealing eyes and suddenly clasped hands moved him to say not ungently: "Well, well, there is no occasion to be frightened now. I will look into the whole of this strange business, and nothing more shall be said about the pendant until I have found out whatever there is to be found." "I shall leave the pendant here," Christina said quickly, her eyes meeting those of the old man with a flash of pride, that seemed to give man and girl a sudden curious likeness to one another. "I will fetch it now and give it to her, and then you will know that I am honest, that I will not run away with it. I will fetch it directly and give it to Aunt Margaret." Chapter 20. Of Christina. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Capricia Page. Christina by L G Moberly. Chapter 20. She has a sweet, strong soul. There was never another man in my world but Max. There never could have been another. Some women are made that way. They can only give their best once. but I would take the second best. I would be thankful even for the crumbs from the rich man's table. Only let me have the right to take care of you, to give me everything, to receive nothing in return. No, Rupert, I could not let you do that, even if, he repeated after her, his eyes fastened hungrily on her face, his voice deep and appealing. Can't you understand that I don't want to worry you for anything in return? I only want to be near you, to do all that man can do for you. And I am grateful, more grateful than I can ever express in words. Sometimes I am sorry you ever chanced to meet me on that oasis in the desert. I think I have been a hindrance in your life, not the help I should like to have been. No, wait, don't contradict me for a minute." And Margaret held up her hand with a smile, as the man on the low chair beside her couch bent forward in eager disclaimer. "Because of me, you have never married, when you ought to have had a wife, and a home and children of your own. Do you think I could look at another woman, after I had once seen you?" he exclaimed vehemently, and she answered gently, "Some day I hope you will have a woman in your life, a woman who will bring you all the happiness you have missed, who—" "I want no woman but you," he cried, a note of sullen passion in his voice. "Margaret, you say he was the only man in your world. Can't I make you understand that you are what you have been ever since I first saw you, the only woman in mine?" She put out her hand to him, the transparent hand whose only ornament was its heavy wedding ring, and he stooped down and kissed it, with a curiously reverent gesture that made her eyes misty. "You have been such a good friend," she said, "but believe me, there cannot be anything but friendship between us two, and there is such a little time now left for anything." "What do you mean?" he asked, with a sudden catch in his breath, his eyes fixed on her thin face, which seemed all at once to have become so ethereal in its whiteness. "Why do you speak as if an end were coming?" "Because the end is very near." His eyes did not leave her face, but a look of pain leapt into them, a look of such intolerant pain that Margaret exclaimed quickly, "I cannot bear to hurt you, but it is better to tell you just the plain truth, even if it hurts. The end is going to be very near. Dr. Fergusson thinks it cannot be far off now, and I am glad, Rupert. I don't think I can tell you how glad." He made some inarticulate sound, dropping his head into his hands, and her soft voice went on with soothing monotony. "There was a great deal of hardship and trouble in my early married life, and I never managed to get over it all. I have been ill almost ever since you knew me, and in the last few months I have come to the end of my tether. When Max went away," her voice broke, "all that was left of my life and vitality seemed to go too. I have tried to live, and I wanted to live, but This disease has got the better of me, and I am glad the end is in sight. Did you send for me because—" He lifted his head and looked at her. "I sent for you because I wanted to make everything clear to you, and because I did not want to go right away forever, without seeing my friend again. And I wanted to help you about your future if I could." "My own future!" Rupert laughed drearily. "Do you think my own future, or anything about me, matters two straws, when you—" His voice trailed away into silence. He sat very still, his face turned towards the window, through which the trees in the wood beyond the house were already showing a veil of delicate green. "My friendship will have been a very poor thing if it spoils your life," Margaret said gently, her gaze following his to the April trees and the dappled April sky. "A poor thing?" He turned back to her, a great light in his eyes. "Do you think I regret loving you? Do you think I regret for a single second having known and loved you? When I first met you, I had the sort of contemptuous tolerance for women which I have found in other men. It was you who taught me what a good woman can be to a man. Even now I am not fit to touch the hem of your garment, but since I knew you, I have at least lived straight. I can look you in the face and say that my hands and heart are clean." "I am glad," she said simply, her deep eyes shining. "You don't know how glad I am. If I have helped you ever so little, and some day, I am speaking very plainly because I am a dying woman, and dying people can speak the direct truth. Some day I want you to give a woman your heart. I want you to take her hands in your hands. I want you to find the happiness which for my sake you have missed in all these years." "Impossible," he said passionately. "You are asking too much. How could I ever think of another woman, when I have been your friend?" "Some day," she answered, her wonderful smile flashing over her face. "And I am developing into a matchmaker, Rupert," she added lightly. "I have chosen the woman. You did not credit me with gifts as a matchmaker, did you?" "Don't talk of such things in such a way," he exclaimed almost roughly. "How can you laugh and talk lightly when I ought to be thinking only of graves and epitaphs?" she quoted whimsically. "No, don't look so hurt and sorry. Let me still be whimsical, even if I am going to die. Leave me my sense of humour to the end, and let me match-make for you. It pleases me to picture you happy with a wife I have chosen for you." "Don't!" he said, actual anger in his voice, but once again her hand touched his hand, and the touch quieted him. "You must not be hurt or angry with me," she said. "I asked you to come see me, because I wanted to thank you for your loyal friendship, and a sort of instinct made me long to tell you of someone who some day I think will comfort you." "Comfort me!" he exclaimed bitterly. "Yes, comfort you." Eyes and voice were very steady. "Rupert, you know, of course you know. all about my little niece, my dear little niece Christina. You know by what a strange coincidence I discovered who she was, and you know how Arthur found all the proofs of identity, and showed beyond the possibility of doubt that she is the daughter of my own sister Helen. You know all that." "Yes, I know all that. I have often seen Miss Moore. She is a very charming girl, and I liked her for insisting on staying with Baba for the present, so that Cicely should not be left stranded. It seemed to show grit and a fine character." "She has grit and a fine character. She has more. She has a most lovable character. And, Rupert, she would make a man who cared for her a most tender and loving wife." "A man who cared for her," Rupert repeated with emphasis, "not a man whose heart was already given to another woman." "Some day, when the other woman has gone right away, remember what I said. That is all. It is not a thing to be discussed even between two friends. Only remember my little Christina is worthy to be loved. She has a sweet and strong soul." More than once on that April afternoon Rupert tried to take Margaret's conversation back to his own deep love for her, but just as her brother Arthur had found 4 months earlier, so he found now, that some dominating force in her personality kept him at bay, mastered him, in spite of himself. It was she who finally gave him a gentle word of dismissal, so gentle that he could not be hurt, even though the parting from her seemed to him to tear his heart in two. "May I come again?" he said, his speech sounding terse and abrupt because of his very excess of feeling, and she smiled into his face, a strange smile which he could not understand. "Yes," she answered, "you may come again. And, Rupert, forgive me, if by being your friend I have only hurt you. I have done nothing for you, excepting give you pain, I think." She paused, and her eyes turned to the soft sky behind the delicate April leaves. "I think I have done so little, so terribly little with my life." "But you have been so much," he answered, his hand holding hers closely in a long warm clasp, "and it is what you are that matters, and that influences your fellow beings. What you are, so much more than what you do. And what you are lives for ever," he added, in a burst of inspiration, very rare in a man, who so seldom gives expression to his thoughts. "There is no end to a good influence. It never dies. It could not ever die. What you are has helped everyone who knows and loves you. But this is not good bye," he said a moment later, before he left the room. "You say I may come again. This is only au revoir." "Au revoir, then," she answered, that inexplicable smile breaking over her face again. "But," she whispered under her breath, as the door closed behind him, "it will be au revoir in a land where there will not be any more heartbreaks or good byes, the land that is not very far off, but near, so very near." She had known the truth when she told Rupert he might come again, knowing that her days were actually numbered, that the end of which she had told him was very close at hand. And so it was. that when Rupert Mernside next journeyed down to the lonely house in the valley, where the touch of spring lay on woodland and copse, where primroses lifted starry eyes under the hazels, and windflowers swung in the April breeze, he came to follow Margaret to the quiet churchyard on the hillside. Christina had chosen the place where her grave should be. Christina, who had been with her at the end, who had seen the amazing radiance of her face when the end came. All night she had lain in a state of profound unconsciousness, from which they had not thought she would ever rally. But the morning broke, as the sunlight shone in through the uncurtained window. Margaret's eyes opened, and that amazing radiance flashed into them, the smile on her face making the girl who watched her draw a swift breath of wonder. It was evident that the dying woman knew nothing of what passed in the room about her. Her eyes looked, not at surrounding objects, but at something beyond and away from them all, something that was coming towards her, or towards which she was going. "Max," she said, her voice grown suddenly strong. "Ah, Max, I knew you would wait for me. I knew you would be there." And with that wonderful radiance in her eyes, that wonderful smile upon her face, she passed out into the rest that lies beyond our restless world. "I think she would like to lie just here," Christina said, when walking around the churchyard with Sir Arthur and Dr. Fergusson. They came to a halt under a low wall, from which the ground sloped abruptly away, in a series of terraces. In that sunny corner, violets nestled against the grey stones, their fragrance drifting out upon the April breeze, and on the wall itself a robin sat and sang of springtime, of resurrection, of life. She would like this place, the girl repeated softly. It is so still and sunny, and the great view is so beautiful, like herself, so beautiful and restful, she added under her breath, so that only Fergusson heard the words. Sir Arthur, a more quiet and subdued Sir Arthur, looked across the sloping churchyard to the great sweep of country, whose horizon was bounded by far blue hills, and perhaps some faint perception of Christina's meaning filtered into his narrow soul, although he only said, "I wonder why she wished to be buried here. I should have thought she would have liked to be buried near her husband." "I don't think she felt she was ever far from him," Christina answered, carried out of herself for the moment, and forgetting her usual awe of her grim uncle. She knew that wherever their bodies might be, she and he would be together. She knew they could not ever be really apart, he and she. Sir Arthur looked at her without replying. His silence was a strange testimony to Margaret's power, for he was kept silent by the unaccustomed feeling, a feeling experienced for the first time in his self-sufficient existence, that in his sister and in his new niece who looked at him with such certainty in her eyes, he had come face to face with forces of which he was ignorant. Perhaps he could not, or would not, have put this feeling into words, nevertheless it was there, down in his heart, a new factor to be reckoned with, if ever he chose to reckon with it. The day of Margaret's funeral was one of those perfect spring days, which comes to us sometimes as a foretaste of summer. Beyond the little churchyard, the wide expanse of moorland lay flooded with sunshine, spikes of young bracken showing vividly green amongst the brown of the heather, clumps of gorse shining golden in the sunlight, a soft mist of green beyond the hazel copses at the moorland's foot. Larks sprang singing to the April sky, and upon the stone wall, close against the open grave, a robin sat once more and sang his song of resurrection, of life, of love. The group that gathered in the sunny corner, fragrant with the sweetness of violets, was a very small one. Sir Arthur and Christina, Rupert Mernside, Lady Cicely, Dr. Fergusson, and Elizabeth. These were the 6 mourners who followed Margaret to her last resting place, and as Christina's eyes wandered round the little group, she felt that she knew upon which of the 6 the beautiful woman's death had fallen as the most heavy blow. Her heart contracted when her fleeting glance rested for a second on Rupert's stricken face, and she glanced away again quickly, feeling that to look into his face meant also to look into his stricken soul, and that she had no right to read so much of the inmost being of another human creature. Cicely had insisted upon coming to Graystone for the funeral. "Although I never knew your sister," she said to Sir Arthur, "I want to do this one small thing, to show how much I reverenced her. Christina has told me of her, and I know how beautiful she was, body and soul." Thus it came about that Cicely sat next to Denis Fergusson in the tiny village church, where the first part of the funeral service was said, stood next to Fergusson beside the grave by the sunny wall, and when all was over, moved away down by the steep churchyard path by Fergusson's side. He looked down at her tiny form with a delicious sense of having a right at least in this moment to protect and watch over her, and as they went out by the light gate, she turned to him with a grateful look in her eyes. "Thank you for taking care of me," she said, with that pretty impulsiveness that constituted one of her greatest charms. "I am glad I came to-day, even though it has made me remember." She hesitated, and Fergusson saw that her eyes swam with tears. They were walking slowly along the upland path, in the wake of the rest of the party, and Fergusson slackened his pace a little, to give her time to recover her composure, whilst he said gently, "I understand. I quite understand." "I think you are a very understanding person," she answered, the falter in her voice making his heart contract with an almost unbearable longing to comfort her. "I have not heard that service we just heard, since it was said over John, my husband. It has made me remember that day and all it meant to me." Fergusson looked away from her sweet face, a quiver with emotion, out across the wide moorland, where the larks sang in the sunshine, to the far line of blue hills. Then he said slowly, "Those words hold wonderful comfort. The triumphant sense of a sure and certain hope always seems to me to be the keynote of the whole." "Those were the words that stayed in my mind, penetrating through everything else," she said softly, "and though John had gone away into what seemed unbreakable silence, I knew that he had not really gone. I had the sure and certain hope, oh, and more than hope, that he was very safe and very near me all the time." The naive expression, the simplicity of the words, spoken from the depths of a simple and sincere heart, flooded Fergusson's heart again with a sense of reverent love, that almost amounted to adoration. But no opportunity to answer her was given him, for Sir Arthur turned back to join Cicely, and a few minutes' further walk brought them into the inn at Graystone, where they were to lunch, before their drive to the railway station. Rupert parted from the rest at the door of the inn. Perhaps Christina was the only member of the party who realised that he had come to the end of his tether, that an imperative necessity for solitude was upon him, that his power for endurance was nearly at an end. She was standing behind Sir Arthur when Rupert bade them all good-bye. It was with her that he shook hands last of all, and as she looked up into his face, her eyes held some strange comfort for him. He did not put it into words, he could not have explained it even to himself, had he tried to do so. Why, it was that the glance of those sweet eyes sent a little restful feeling into his troubled heart. But as he went away, some of the tension of misery seemed to relax. The numbness of his pain grew less. In some dim way his hurt had been salved. "Your cousin seems to have been a most devoted friend of my poor sister," Sir Arthur said, after lunch, when he and the two ladies and Fergusson were seated in the small sitting room of the inn, awaiting their carriage. "I cannot conceive why, in the world, she could not have married a man like that, instead of the poor miserable fellow who made her life and his own a burden to them both." "She loved her husband very much," Christina put in gently. "Oh, she loved him far too much," Sir Arthur said testily. "I cannot understand, I never shall be able to understand, how a woman can throw away all her heart and life on a man who is totally unworthy of her." Back into Christina's mind flashed the remembrance of words Margaret had spoken long before. "You don't know what it is to care so much for a man, that no matter what he is or does, he is your world, your whole world." But it was Cicely, not she, who answered sagely: "I don't believe a man can ever really understand the way a woman loves. A woman's love is made up of so many ingredients, she herself can hardly analyse it, and no man can ever begin to get near its true analysis." Sir Arthur looked at her with a kindly smile of one who listens to the prattling of a child, then resumes his own train of thought and words, as if she had not spoken at all. "My brother-in-law was a perpetual source of anxiety to me," he said. "Not that I knew him. I only saw him once, and I was not favourably impressed on that occasion. But I can honestly say that until I heard he was in the grave, I had no really quiet moments." "I know nothing of the story," Cicely said. "I have only heard you speak of your brother-in-law as if the subject was a painful one. I do not even know his name." "He was a Russian by birth. No, don't go. There need be no secret about the matter, certainly not from you, who were so good to my poor sister," Sir Arthur said, as Fergusson showed signs of leaving the room. "Max Petrovitch was his name, and my sister originally met him at the house of friends in town. He was then closely connected with the young Russian movement, or rather, to call things by their true names, he was a red-hot Nihilist. Margaret went with him to Siberia, you know." Cicely uttered an exclamation, but Sir Arthur went on without pause. "Yes, she went to Siberia with him. I don't know on what premise count he was exiled, but he was always on the side of revolutionary methods, as against those of law and order, and although I believe, I do firmly believe, that he never had a hand in any scheme of assassination, still he was tarred with a black pitch brush of anarchy. There was no doubt that the time in Siberia sowed the seeds of Margaret's ill health. It sapped her strength and vitality. It was the beginning of the end. Her maid Elizabeth has told me the truth about it all." He was silent for a few seconds before resuming. "Then Max escaped, and for a long time, I understand, Margaret knew nothing of his whereabouts. But she herself, by his wish, left Siberia, and went to Paris. And there, after what vicissitudes God only knows, he joined her, for a time. But here the inherent weakness of a man appeared. God forbid that I should be unfair to the dead, but he was a coward, and because he was afraid of being recaptured and sent back to Siberia, he gave up the party to which he belonged. He sold himself to the secret police, and from the moment that was known, he must have led a life of horror. His footsteps were dogged. He was tracked down from place to place. He was a doomed man, and he knew it. Certainly he was guarded to an extent by the secret police, but those who wanted his life cared very little for that. I believe he wandered over Europe, seeking a place of safety in vain, and at last, ill, worn out, and despairing, he came to England, to die in that lonely house in the valley, where Margaret has also died. Her illness sent her back to her own land. She could not travel about with him, but when they got him there, they sent for her, and she was with him to the last." "Poor soul! Oh, poor soul!" Cicely said softly. "And she loved him through it all?" "She loved him with a most amazing love," Fergusson put in, speaking for the first time. "I was there during his last illness, and at his death, and as I said before, I say it again, God grant to every man, when death comes, to have such a woman, and such a woman's love, with him at the last." He spoke gravely, and as his words ended he looked at Cicely, and their eyes met in a long, involuntary glance, which, as Christina caught it, seemed to her full of some strange meaning, that set her own heart a-throb. End of chapter 20. Recording by Capricia Page. Chapter 21 of Christina. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Capricia Page. Christina by L G Moberly. Chapter 21. If you go across the sea. Such money as Margaret had, she has left to you, Christina. And in telling you this, I should like to make a final protest against your remaining in Lady Cicely's household in a subordinate and dependent position. How dear of Aunt Margaret, how very, very dear of her, to give me her money, Christina said, and with that money I shouldn't be dependent any more, should I? And she looked into Sir Arthur's grim face with a smile whose inner meaning that worthy did not feel quite able to fathom. Was it merely the smile of guileless simplicity, or was she in a mild way presuming to chaff him? In the stricter sense of the word, no, you would not be dependent, but that is a mere shuffling of words. You would still be in a subordinate position here, and the position is a false one. Christina, standing by the window in Cicely's great London drawing-room, devoutly wished that someone would come in, or that something would happen, to end this interview with her uncle, who never failed to have one of two disastrous effects upon her. Either he made her feel angry, really viciously angry, as she expressed it, or he made her feel hopelessly inclined to giggle. "And to-day I want to giggle," she said to herself, "and if I do, he will never forgive me or forget." Aloud she said, with a gravity she was far from feeling, "I don't want to be rude and contradict you, Uncle Arthur, but I cannot feel that I am in a false position here. Cicely really needs me for herself as well as for Baba. This is a very happy home for me, and because I still take care of Baba just as I did before, I don't feel that I am doing anything beneath my dignity, or subordinate." "I wish I could make you understand the fitness of things," Sir Arthur answered, with a grieved air, which never failed to amuse his niece. "Your Aunt Ellen and I would gladly offer you a home, but I fear, at the bottom of your heart, this Babylon, this Vanity Fair, makes an appeal to you." "I do like London," was the frank response, "and though it is very good of you to ask me to come to your house, I think I am really wanted here. Cicely would miss me, Baba would miss me, and I like doing all that I can for them. Cicely has been so good to me all through." "Wilful woman," Sir Arthur said, with a shrug of his shoulders, "you often remind me of your poor Aunt Margaret. You have her set obstinacy of character. She was never able to see any other point of view but her own, and you are very like her." "I should like to be like Aunt Margaret," the girl answered, "and if she did like her own points of view, I think they were always very beautiful views. I have never met anybody like her." "She was a good woman," Sir Arthur said, smitten with sudden compunction. "I had no business to say a word against her. She was a good woman, but the thought of her wasted life hurts me." "Not wasted," Christina said. "I don't think her life was wasted. Her influence can't die away even now. It was such a wonderful influence, like herself, so beautiful." "Yes," he repeated, "poor Margaret. She was a good woman, and it hurts me to think of all the trouble of her life. You are like her in many ways. God grant that your life may not hold the sorrows her life held." Uncle and niece were silent for a few moments after these solemnly uttered words, and Christina stood looking out across the square, where the trees waved delicate green leaves against a background of May sky, her thoughts full of the beautiful woman who had entered so strangely into her life, through whose instrumentality so vast a change had come to her. From first to last, Margaret's personality had made a great appeal to Christina, and looking out now into the May sunshine, across the fragrant window boxes of geraniums and mignonette, a vivid recollection came to her of that December afternoon, when Margaret had stood in the lane, pleading with her to fetch a doctor. What apparent inconsequence had led her to drive past that lonely house in the lane, and how strange had been the outcome of that inconsequent drive? What big results had rested upon such a seemingly small event? Her relationship to Sir Arthur and his sister Margaret would probably never have been discovered, but for the meeting in the lane, and no one but Margaret would ever have been able to elucidate the mystery about the emerald pendant. It was strange, so strange as to be like some story-book happening, instead of an event in real everyday life. Sir Arthur's voice brought her back from her thoughts of the past. "I am sorry, my dear Christina, that you have made up your mind to stay here, in the very anomalous position you now occupy, but I see that it is useless to argue further with you. If, however, you should at some future date see things differently, your Aunt Ellen and I will still be willing to offer you a home under our roof." Christina's thanks were none the less warm, because, in her heart of hearts, she decided that no power on earth would ever induce her to make a home with her uncle and aunt. "I couldn't live with them, could I?" she said to Cicely an hour later, when the two sat down in the rose-coloured boudoir, which, at Christina's first visit to the house, had aroused her deep admiration. "Uncle Arthur is so very kind, but he moves along like a horse in blinkers, and he cannot see anything on either side of him, and not much in front. He says I am like Aunt Margaret, and that she only saw one point of view," Christina answered demurely. "Then, my dear, it is evidently a family failing," Cicely retorted. "But never mind what Cousin Arthur says. You are to stay with me, and be as happy as you can, and because you are sweet enough to still look after Baba, that does not lower you in anyone's eyes." "One argument Uncle Arthur used to try to induce me not to stay here was, that you might marry again, and then he said I would be stranded." The colour flew into Cicely's face, but she answered collectedly: "Why should Cousin Arthur think absurdities like that? He said you were very young and very attractive." Christina laughed a low, mischievous laugh as the colour deepened on the other's face. "And he would have it, too, that people would want to marry you for your money and position." "I have no intention of marrying again," Cicely said firmly, "and if I did, I hope I should have better sense enough to know whether I was wanted for my stupid position or for myself." "There are people," Christina said, the words coming from her lips almost involuntarily, "who would be afraid to ask you to marry them, just because of your money and position." "I don't see why a man's silly pride should stand in the way of his love," Cicely retorted, but Christina shook her head sagely. "Ah, but men do let their pride spoil their love," she said, "and they let their pride spoil other people's lives too," she added, with a wisdom beyond her years. "A man might easily think it would be dishonourable to ask you to marry him, a man who was not rich or distinguished." She spoke very slowly, in some odd way it seemed, even to herself, as though the words were put into her mouth to speak, and as she uttered them she was looking so intently out of the window that she did not observe the varying expressions of emotions that flitted over Cicely's face. "One would not know how to beat down the sort of pride you describe," she answered, after a pause, during which Christina's eyes fixed themselves on a flock of pigeons, wheeling about the plane trees in the square. "A woman is so tied, so handicapped. She can only possess her soul in patience, and wait. I don't believe I should wait." Again it seemed to Christina as though the words were being forced from her. "If I knew that only pride, silly, ridiculous pride, was holding a man back, a man who loved me and I him, well, I don't believe I would wait. I think there's a limit to possessing one's soul in patience." "But Christina, surely—" Cicely's blue eyes opened wide. She looked into the girl's animated face, and with wondering incredulity. "Surely, yes," Christina answered, with an audacious little laugh. "And if the man cared for me and I knew it, I would not let his pride spoil my life and his. If he was too proud to ask me, why then I should ask him. That is all." With the laughing words she turned and left the room, murmuring that it was time she attended to Baba's tea. But after she was gone, Cicely sat very still, her mind haunted by the words the other had just spoken. I would not let his pride spoil his life and mine. If he was too proud to ask me, why then I should ask him, that is all." "But such a big all," Cicely reflected, her eyes, like Christina's, following the wheeling flight of the wood pigeons about the plane trees' tops. "It is such an impossible thing even to contemplate doing, and yet, sitting there alone, she reviewed the happy past years, when John had been her safeguard, her protector, the shadow of a great rock in her life, shielding her from everything that could hurt her or vex her. And after those years of full contentment had come the lean years of sorrow, the blank desolation of her widowhood, the loneliness, the overpowering loneliness, which no kindly friends nor kindred could really lessen or assuage. And now, new possibilities of happiness seemed to be opening before her. If, but again it was such a big if. How could she put out her hand to snatch at what had not been offered to her, what might never be offered to her, but which, nevertheless, she knew with a woman's sure knowledge was hers? "I don't think it is being unfaithful to John," she thought. "It does not make me love John less, because I know that other could bring me a measure of joy again." For a few moments she gave free rein to her thoughts, letting them range over the past few months, allowing her memory to bring back Denis Fergusson's kindly, shrewd face with the brown eyes that held so much both of tenderness and humour, and the mouth that could smile so cheerily, and set itself into lines of such strength and steadfastness. During those ancient days of Baba's illness at Graystone, she had of necessity seen Fergusson constantly, and perhaps it had been borne in upon her then, that he too was of the nature of a great rock, strong to lean upon, and very steadfast, and perhaps she had been drawn to him, in that particular drawing together of one particular man to one particular woman, which must always be a wonder of the universe. Whenever she and Fergusson had met, she had been conscious of her own power over him, conscious also that something was holding him back. And now, as it seemed to her, Christina had given her the clue to what had often sorely puzzled her. Her own outlook upon life was an eminently simple one, and she had never dreamed that her rank or wealth could make a bar to that friendship, or the something deeper than friendship, of such a man as Denis Fergusson. Christina's words had given her food for thought, and they had brought her face to face with the knowledge of herself, and of all that Denis was beginning to mean to her. He possessed that same steadfast quality which had been one of her husband's noblest characteristics, and the one perhaps that had made the chief appeal to her more yielding nature, and Fergusson's cheery strength and unfailing optimism had gone far also towards drawing her to him. But instinctively she had been aware of a barrier between them, of something which he was rearing up against her, and though the instinctive knowledge of the barrier had wounded and puzzled her, it was only now, with Christina's words ringing in her ears, that she understood the meaning of all the puzzle. The doctor was a poor man, or at any rate comparatively poor, whilst she had more than enough and to spare of this world's goods, and a title into the bargain. And because the man was proud as well as poor, he had erected that barrier, of which she had been confusedly conscious. Well, Christina, straightforward Christina, with her almost boyish love for all that was most natural, most frank and simple, had said, I would not let his pride spoil his life and mine. If he was too proud to ask me, then I should ask him. But Cicely rose from her chair and crossed the room to the window. But of course any such step as that was out of the question for her. Impossible and out of the question. She could never overcome her pride, and to such an extent as that, never. Dr. Fergusson has called, my lady, and desired me to say that if you were disengaged, he would be very glad if he could see you for a few minutes. James the footman stood in the doorway, and even upon James's slow intelligence it dawned that his mistress looked unusually lovely and unusually young. But his dense mind did not especially connect the youth or loveliness with anything or anyone. He only dimly saw and wondered, whilst for the fraction of a second Cicely hesitated. Should she order James to bring the doctor up to the boudoir, to this dainty room in which she made a point of only receiving those who were her most intimate friends, or should she go down to the drawing room, and receive him as she received acquaintances? The two questions revolved in her mind, and they were quickly answered. "I will come down to the drawing room," she said, scarcely knowing herself why she came to this decision, coming to it more by instinct than by any power of reasoning. She paused yet another moment to collect her forces, then went slowly down the great staircase, and opened the drawing room door, without lingering on the threshold, as she was more than half inclined to do. Fergusson came forward quickly to greet her, and she saw that, though he smiled, and spoke in his customary cheery manner, his eyes held a troubled look, and there was a worn expression on his face, which she had never seen there before. His manner, too, had a nervousness very foreign to it, and he talked rapidly, as though he were afraid of silence, and must continue speaking at all costs. "I must apologise for troubling you," he said, and Cicely noted the formality of his speech, "but I felt I should like to come and ask about my little friend Baba before I go away." "Go away?" Cicely could frame no other words than those two bare ones, because for a second her heart seemed to stop beating, then raced on at headlong speed. "Yes." Fergusson still spoke fast and nervously. "I have come to rather a sudden decision, but I feel it is a wise one. I have made up my mind to go abroad, to begin life in a new country. The old one is overcrowded. We are all finding that fact out more and more, and I am proposing to go to the far West. It has always appealed to me, that free life in a big new country." "But your poor people, your people in South London," Cicely interrupted, a sick pain gnawing at her heart. "Surely they want you?" He shrugged his shoulders a little, and smiled. "I am not indispensable to them, or to anyone." The last words he spoke under his breath. "And I believe there is plenty of work waiting for me on the other side of the world. I have not made my mind up to this hurriedly, but it seems the best and wisest thing to do." "I wonder why?" Cicely began slowly, her blue eyes looking full into those troubled brown ones. "It seems," she broke off, leaving her sentence unfinished, her eyes dropping suddenly because of what she read in those other eyes. "Does it seem to you a mad idea, an act of impulse?" he asked, his glance travelling hungrily over her down-bent face. "I have not come to the decision impulsively. It is the best, the only thing to do." The last part of this speech dropped hurriedly from his lips. He drew in his breath sharply, almost as if he were being tried to the limits of his strength. "I could not go away without coming to say good bye to you, and Miss Moore, and Baba," he added jerkily. "We should have been very angry with you if you had done such a horrid thing," Cicely answered lightly, so lightly that a hurt look crept into the brown eyes watching her. He had not dared to hope she could by any remote possibility care for him, so he said to himself. He had never dreamt such wildly improbable dreams, but he had thought she would be a little sorry to lose a friend for ever, and when he left England he intended to leave it for ever, to cut adrift from all friendships, all old ties. And yet she looked up at him with laughter in her eyes, and talked brightly of being angry with him if he had gone without a farewell. He felt oddly hurt and ruffled, and Cicely, as keenly aware of the hurt as she had been a moment before of the significant look in his eyes, only knew that her own heart was beating with an excess of joy that frightened her, only realised that the game lay in her own hands, if only she could play the game as it should be played. "You have not given up your house and practice yet?" she questioned. Her tone was still brisk and almost businesslike, and there was a hurt note in his voice as he answered: "My house is in an agent's hands for letting, and I am only going on with the work until I can find someone to take it over. As soon as everything is settled here, I shall be off. To tell you the honest truth, I shall be glad to go." Cicely's heart leapt in an insane way because of the small ring of bitterness in his assent. She moved a step closer to him. They had both remained standing since her entrance. She had even uttered the words, "I wish," when the door was flung wide open, and James announced, "Mrs. Deane." Cicely was not quite sure whether she most wished to laugh or cry when this very ordinary little acquaintance, a walking mass of platitudes, propriety, and dulness, walked into the room. Too well she knew that Mrs. Deane, once established in her drawing room, would not be quickly dislodged, and with an inward sigh she resigned herself to her fate, whilst Fergusson held out his hand in farewell. "I must be getting on my way," he said. "Perhaps I might just go up to the nursery and say good bye to Miss Moore and Miss Baba." "Of course," Cicely answered with her pretty smile. "Baba would bitterly resent it if her dear doctor went across the sea without saying good bye to her." "If you go across the sea," she mentally ejaculated, as the door closed behind his tall form, and she settled herself down to listen to Mrs. Deane's totally uninteresting conversation. "If you go across the sea." End of chapter 21. Recording by Capricia Page. Chapter 22. Of Christina. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Capricia Page. Christina by L G Moberly. Chapter 22. I came today to tell you so. If Fergusson had left the great house in the square with his spirits at zero, they had travelled many degrees below that point on the following morning. He sat alone in the room he used as study and general sitting-room, and spread on the table before him were two letters, one from a house agent informing him that a possible client was in treaty for his house, the other from a medical practitioner in the north of England, who expressed a desire to come in person, and learn all particulars about the practice. "Burning my boats with a vengeance," Fergusson muttered. looking around the room which he had learnt to love, and smiling a troubled smile that had no joy behind it. The glance round the room brought back his remembrance, in an odd flash of memory, Christina's first visit to him, when he was occupying Dr. Stokes' house in the country. There was real humour in his smile when he recalled the girl's look of surprise, and her naïve acknowledgment of the discrepancy she saw between his appearance and that of the house in which he was. Looking round the study of his South London abode, he wondered whether Christina would consider his present surroundings more in keeping with his personality than those in which she had first seen him. Certainly there was nothing here of the smug respectability which had characterised Dr. Stokes's well-kept establishment. No two chairs matched one another, but they were all comfortable and restful. The walls were distempered a soft rich yellow, that gave an effect of sunlight even on the greyest days, and a few pictures hanging against the sunny background were excellent photographs framed in oak, and representing some of the best old masters of the Italian school. Bookcases covered a considerable amount of the wall space, books covered the tables, and were even piled up in corners of the rather faded Turkey carpet. The box outside the open window was filled with wallflowers, and their penetrating fragrance made the room sweet. The view was not a wholly uninspiring one, for a narrow strip of garden lay beyond the house, and the glimpses of waving boughs were visible against the blue sky of May. The roar of traffic from the main road a few paces away, the distant hum of humanity, these were sounds dear to the ear of the doctor, to whom human beings made so deep an appeal. He even had a weakness for the raucous street cries, audible now and again above the persistent roar that was like the noise of Atlantic breakers on a rock-bound coast. He was sorry to be leaving the teeming London world, in which he had spent so much of his busy life, more sorry than anyone else could realise, he reflected grimly. Possibly to the rest of mankind a practice in South London might not appear the acme of bliss, a practice that dealt almost exclusively with the sordid, the poor, even the criminal. But he loved his work, he loved his people. It was intolerably hard to tear himself away from them all, and yet the tearing was inevitable. I can't stay here within measurable reach of her, and of temptation, and play the man, his reflections ran on. So I must run away. He laughed shortly, and he picked up the two letters from his table, and reread them, feeling absurdly disinclined to reply to either. He knew he must go, with the unwavering directness of an upright man, when making a decision. He had seen what he conceived to be the right path, clearly marked for him, and having seen it, he had no thought of drawing back from following it. But with all his strength and decision of character, he nevertheless felt, at this juncture, a deep repugnance to writing those letters, which would, as he expressed it to himself, have the effect of burning his boats behind him. He knew the good work awaited him in that far western land, where he had determined to begin a new life. He knew, too, that to remain in England within call, as it were, of a temptation which his sense of what was right and honourable bade him resist, was merely dallying with that sense of right. And yet the human man within him cried out against the necessity which he had faced and acknowledged to be inevitable. Although he already actually knew the contents of those two letters by heart, he read both through again, then deliberately folded and set them aside, with another short laugh. "If they are answered by to-night's post, it's time enough," he exclaimed. They shall be answered to night. These few hours of delay will make no difference." He was half amused, half ashamed of his own cowardice, as he called it, in postponing the inevitable, but a weight seemed to be lifted off his heart when those letters were set aside unanswered. When he turned away from his writing table to go to his downstairs surgery, feeling that the conflagration of those boats of his had not yet begun. The busy morning of attending to the motley collection of fellow creatures who thronged to his surgery door was only half over, and he was waiting in his tiny consulting room for the next patient, when a tap on the door was followed by the entrance of Thompson, his caretaker and general factotum. Indeed, Thompson and his wife constituted the entire staff of Fergusson's household, being the doctor's devoted admirers as well as his faithful servants, and when he had broached to them his proposed change in life, they had simultaneously announced their intention of going with him to the West, and sharing his fortunes in the new land and new labours. Upon Thompson's face now, as he entered his master's little consulting room, there was an expression of mingled bewilderment and pleasure, which made Fergusson look at him sharply. "Yes, Thompson, what is it?" he asked, for it was seldom indeed that any call from the house was allowed to interfere with the surgery work. "There's a lady called to see you, sir," the man answered. "When she heard you was busy, she wanted to call again, but I didn't feel it would be right to let a lady like her go away and call again." Fergusson smiled. Thompson was the worthiest soul on earth, but his powers of discrimination were not great, and "a lady like her" was in all probability a suburban miss, hoping to obtain a consultation at surgery rates. "Where is the lady?" he asked. "In your study, sir," Thompson answered, mild amazement in his voice. "I couldn't show a lady like her nowhere else, could I, sir?" Again Fergusson smiled. He knew them so well, those ladies who make such an appeal to Thompson's aesthetic soul, the ladies of rather abnormally sized hats, garments they call stylish, with lace blouses, out of which rose an unnecessary length of neck, encircled by artificial pearls. Oh, he knew precisely what sort of lady he would find in his study, and the knowledge did not make him hasten his steps as he went up the staircase to the sitting room. Long before opening the door, he had decided to make short shrift of the lady. He knew precisely how he should frame his terse speech, and there was a distinctly grim look upon his unusually kind face when he entered the room. But when he saw who it was that stood in the May sunlight, close to the open window, the grim expression died away. Unbounded astonishment took its place, and he caught his breath suddenly, standing stock still on the threshold, staring at his visitor as if she was an apparition from another world. "You," said he, and it seemed as though the single word were the only one he could bring himself to utter. "You," he repeated, as he moved slowly across the room, his eyes riveted upon Lady Cicely's face. She stood very still, just where she had been when he first entered, the sunlight falling upon the pure gold of her hair, and on the exceeding fairness of her face, her eyes very blue and very deep, looking up at Fergusson with a strange mixture of embarrassment and sweetness, which set his heart beating fast. In all the time of his acquaintance with her, she had never looked younger or fairer than on this May morning. Her gown of some pale grey material exactly suited the pale pure tints of her hair and complexion, and the great pink rose fastened against the soft feathers of her grey boa, harmonised with the delicate colour that had risen to her cheeks as Fergusson entered. "I promised I would come some day to see your house and your surgery," she said, hesitating a little between the words, but speaking firmly nevertheless. "And I thought I would come today."
"What made you come today?"
he asked, an odd abruptness that almost amounted to roughness in his voice.
"Why today, of all days?"
"I don't know," she answered. "I believe I acted on impulse. It just came into my head that I must come this morning, and you know I am rather a creature of impulse, and I came straight away."
"It is so curious you should have come today,"
he persisted, still with that odd abruptness in his voice and manner.
"You have come in time to see my boats burnt."
"Your boat's burnt?" Her voice was puzzled. She looked into the face with less of embarrassment, because in some indefinite way she felt that he was more embarrassed than she, and it gave her courage. "Why are you burning boats?"
"Because, as I told you when I came to see you, I am giving up the life here. Giving it up altogether. Irrevocably, for always. There will be no turning back."
"No turning back," she repeated softly, her eyes watching the changing expression on his face. "Why no turning back?"
"Why? Because I have made up my mind to begin a new life, in a new world, and when I make up my mind a thing must be done, I generally carry it through."
"Ah," she said, "you generally carry it through?"
"Yes," he spoke almost harshly. "The boats will be burnt to day, finally burnt."
She stood very still in the sunlight, her pretty head bent down, her hands slowly moving over the knob of the dainty sunshade she carried, a little smile lurking about the corner of her mouth, her eyes fixed on the faded colours of the Turkey carpet. "I think I should like to be here for the burning of the boats," she said. "It sounds so subversive, so final."
"It is subversive, it is final,"
was the short reply, and a flame of anger against her shot up within him.
Why did she come here to torture him? What had possessed her to come and stand here in this room, in the sunlight, stand here against all of his most cherished belongings, just as in some of his mad dreams he had pictured she might stand, looking so fair, so young, so sweet? Why had she done it? It was cruel, not just to a man who was trying to follow his code of honour to its bitterest consequences.
So his thoughts ran, whilst Cicely still stood there, moving her hands over the knob of her sunshade, the little smile still hovering on her lips. "I wonder," she said slowly, after a moment's silence, and Fergusson, watching her intently, saw a deeper colour crept into her face, "I wonder whether the burning is really necessary."
"Quite necessary."
His tone was abrupt to the point of rudeness.
"I have made up my mind."
"And you never change your mind?" She shot one swift glance at him from her pretty eyes, lowering them again instantly, whilst her hand moved more nervously, and her voice shook.
"Not when I'm sure I'm acting rightly," he answered, "and in this case I have no doubts."
She was silent again, for what seemed to the man who watched her many, many minutes, though only a few seconds had ticked by before she said gently, "I wonder why you are so very sure."
"Because there is no room for doubt,"
was the terse response, and again there was silence, until Cicely said softly, "I think you are wrong. I believe there is great room for doubt."
"Why do you say that?"
he exclaimed, that almost rough note in his voice again.
"How can you tell? How can you know what I—"
He broke off with significant abruptness, and Cicely moved a few steps nearer him. "Dr. Fergusson," she said, her voice very low, her words hurried. "I don't know how to explain what makes me say that I am sure you are wrong to burn your boats. I came this morning on the purpose to tell you." "To tell me what?" he questioned, his own voice more gentle because of the nervousness in hers. "To tell you you are wrong to give up your work here and go away." "Wrong? Why?" For the life of him, Fergusson could not utter another syllable. He could not stand and stare at the bent golden head, wishing desperately that she would go away, before he was conquered by his overmastering desire to seize her hands in his and draw her close against his breast. "Quite, quite wrong," she answered firmly, lifting her eyes again, and looking into his face. "You mustn't go away. I came this morning to tell you that you mustn't go away. Baba and I can't spare you." The last words were spoken so softly as to be almost inaudible, but they reached Fergusson's ear, and he looked at the speaker as though he could hardly believe the evidence of his senses. "Baba and you?" he repeated. "Baba and I," she whispered. "Oh, perhaps I ought not to have come, but there seemed no other way to show you what a dreadful mistake you were going to make, and Rupert says I am always a creature of impulse," she ended with a laugh. "I came on impulse because I had to come." She came closer to his side and laid one of her hands upon his coat sleeve, her blue eyes looking into his with the wistful, appealing eagerness of a child. "I don't know what Cousin Arthur would say, if he knew," she ended inconsequently. "But I can't quite understand even now," Fergusson said, with a not very successful effort at speaking quietly. "I do not think I can be of any use to you and little Baba. There are plenty of other doctors who—" "Plenty of other doctors," she answered, a quiver in her voice, "but only one you. And are all men always so dense? Please understand, Baba and I ask you to stay. We are very bold and brazen, Baba and I." She did not look up at him now. She did not see the look of radiant joy that swept across his face. She only felt his arms go suddenly round her. She only realised what a relief it was to hide her burning cheeks against his rough coat, whilst he bent his head to hers, and murmured passionate, inarticulate words, that would not frame themselves into sentences, and yet seemed to flood her world with happiness. "I can't understand it," he said presently, putting his hand softly under her chin and lifting her face, so that he could look deep into her eyes. "You can't mean that you would stoop to me?" "I don't know how to make you understand without telling you in plain English that you—" She broke off again, her eyes dropping before the look in his, the colour deepening in her cheeks. "That you and Baba want me," he quoted softly. "Yes. We don't think we can do without you, Baba and I. We can't let you go to the far West, or anywhere very far away from us, only—" "Only?" he whispered, his lips close to hers. "Only I don't think I could ever be so horribly brazen as to ask a man to—" "You haven't asked me anything," he answered whimsically, a smile on his lips, a humorous twinkle in his eyes that looked so tenderly at her rosy face. "You haven't asked me anything yet." "Don't make me more ashamed," she whispered. "It's a dreadful thing to have come, to have said, to—" "To have played the part of a gracious and lovely queen, whose prince consort dares not speak until she gives him the right." His voice was a caressing whisper. His arm held her more closely, and even now, I do not know whether I have any business to accept the right you give me. You and I are such poles asunder." "Are we?" she answered softly, her hand touching his. "Are we really poles asunder, just because I happen to have a little more money than you have? Aren't we just a man and a woman who?" he echoed gently, and she paused, and his face was bent very near hers to hear her answer. "Who care for each other?" she whispered confusedly. "I don't think you ought to make me say all the difficult things." "Is it so difficult to say you care for me?" he answered with a low laugh of triumphant gladness. "I have got dozens of patients waiting downstairs for me, but I don't want to do anything except go on telling you how much I care for you. So much that I could not stay in England and not tell you the truth." "And why didn't you tell me?" she said reproachfully, lifting her head to look again into his radiant face. "Because your rank and money and surroundings, oh, everything about you, put you far out of my reach," he answered, with a sudden return to his abruptness. "Even now I have not the smallest right to take advantage of the wonderful thing you have done today. What will your people say? What will the world say? What—" "Need you and I mind what the rest of mankind thinks or says?" she answered, a little flash of defiance in her eyes. "Perhaps in coming here today I have been unwomanly and horrible, and yet I had to come, because I knew that happiness is too big a thing to be sacrificed to pride or to other people's opinions. And this is your happiness?" His voice was strangely softened. "Do you really mean me to know that you could be happy with me, with a rough sort of fellow like me?" "With a rough sort of fellow like you," she answered, laughing, a tender mockery in her words. "I can't be happy without you, and I came to-day to tell you so." Chapter 23
of Christina. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Asher. Christina by L G Moberly. Chapter 23 The King of My Kingdom. The afternoon was very still. Overhead, the sky of October was mistily blue. The autumn sunshine flooded upland and valley with a golden glory. In the air was that quietness, that sense of waiting and brooding, which marks an autumn day. From the cottages in the valley, thin trails of blue smoke mounted straight into the veiled softness of the sky. The touch of autumn's hand was already visible upon the trees. In the copse over the brow of the hill, the hazels were yellowing. The beech trees showed orange and gold amongst their leaves. The hawthorns wore a brave array of crimson and yellow leaves and bright red berries. Long ago the heather had faded, a soft dun colour had taken the place of the royal purple, which earlier in the year had carpeted the uplands, and the bracken blazed golden and brown upon the moorland slopes. From the place where Christina sat, she could see the white road that wound away across the heather to Greystone, and to those far blue hills about which the afternoon sun was weaving a veil of light. In the valley to her right, the trunks of the pine trees were turning crimson in the sun's level beams. The birch's delicate branches outlined against the blue of the sky, the soft amber of the larches contrasting with the sombre green of the pines, and beneath the trees the carpet of bright bracken touched to gold by the sunshine. From far away across the moor came the sound of chiming bells. From the copse across the road a robin sang his wonderful song of spring that will follow winter, of life that will come after death. And from somewhere amongst the trees of the valley a thrush was fluting the first notes of his next year's song that he had yet to learn. The world was a very peaceful world on that October afternoon, and Christina, sitting on a hummock of dry heather, rested her chin on her hands and looked over the wide landscape with a great sense of its abiding restfulness. The chiming bells, the robin's song, the occasional soft murmur of the little breeze in the pines, harmonized with the brooding peace of autumn that seemed to be over all the land, and the girl smiled as she let the sense of restful peace sink deep into her soul. She and Baba were spending a week with Mrs. Nan at Greystone, and on this Sunday afternoon, leaving the child in Mrs. Nan's charge, she had walked over the hill to the little churchyard to visit Margaret's grave. In that sunny corner of the churchyard, close to the old grey wall, she had found violets in bloom, filling the air with their sweetness just as they had filled it on the April day when Margaret had been laid to rest. And Christina held some of the purple, fragrant blossoms in her hand, whilst she sat looking out over the great sweep of country to the golden sky behind the hills. Her thoughts were very full of the beautiful woman whose life had so strangely crossed her own, and from her thoughts of Margaret, by a natural transition, her mind wandered on to the remembrance of the man who had stood by her side at Margaret's funeral. She recalled the look of heartbreak in Rupert Mernside's eyes when they had met hers. She remembered that glimpse she had had into the man's tortured soul. How many times since that day had Cicely speculated about Rupert's friendship with Margaret, wondering whether he had cared for her more deeply than as a friend, discussing the why and wherefore of his disappearance from the midst of his own circle, whilst all the time Christina knew in her heart that she could, if she would, have answered all these questions. She knew that Rupert's feeling for Margaret was not merely that of friendship, never had been friendship only, and she knew intuitively that his usual round of life had become intolerable to him after Margaret's death. She felt an odd sense of triumph in her knowledge of him, of triumph and of awe as well, for to Christina's simple and straightforward nature there was something awe-inspiring in the strange, intimate understanding of another human being's soul. Seated there upon the heather, she was so wrapped in her thoughts that she did not observe a figure moving slowly across the valley, and not until the figure had detached itself from amongst the trees and was walking along the high road in her direction did she see that the object of her thoughts was coming towards her. That he should have come at that particular moment struck her first as so extraordinary a coincidence that she could hardly believe the evidence of her own eyes. But as the figure came a few paces nearer, she knew she had made no mistake. It was Rupert's face into which she looked as she sprang to her feet, Rupert's grey eyes that met hers with a smile, despite their expression of haunting sadness. "I never dreamt of seeing you here," were his first unconventional words of greeting. "And yet it seems natural to find you." Perhaps he was hardly aware himself why he spoke the last half of his sentence, and although Christina's heart leapt as she heard it, something within her seemed to respond to the spirit of his words. To her, too, it seemed natural that they should meet out here on the heather, in the sunlight, close to Margaret's grave. For the little churchyard lay only just over the brow of the hill, and Rupert's explanation of his presence on the moorland was not needed by the girl, who knew without any words of his that he had come to visit that corner by the sunny wall, where the violets scented the air with their fragrance. After that brief greeting, he made Christina sit down again upon the heather, and flung himself beside her, his face turned, like hers, to the western horizon. "I'm glad they put those words on stone," he said abruptly. "Whose thought were they?" "I think I thought of them first," Christina answered. "They seemed the fittest and most beautiful words for her. 'Love never faileth,'" he quoted slowly, his thoughts going back to the white cross upon which the words were engraved. "Love never faileth. Yes, you could not have chosen a better epitaph for her. Her soul was built up of love, and her love never failed, never for a single moment. It's a wonderful thing, the love of such a woman. Perhaps in all the world there is nothing more wonderful than a woman's love." He seemed to be speaking his thoughts aloud, rather than addressing her directly, and she did not answer his speech, only sat very still, her hands folded in her lap, her eyes looking out towards the golden west, a little smile on her lips. "You know, I've been wandering over the earth since that day," Rupert went on, speaking with singular abruptness. "I felt like that man who went out, seeking rest, and finding none. I found none." The ring of bitterness in his voice hurt the girl. She turned a little, and looked down into his face. "I'm sorry," she said, "so very sorry." "Are you?" he answered. "It's not worth while being sorry for a man who has made such a mess of things as I've done." "Why do you say that?" she said quickly. "You made the most of a beautiful friendship. You did Aunt Margaret no wrong in loving her. You were always her helpful friend. And now?" "Now?" he echoed, when she paused. "Perhaps you will think me impertinent for saying what I was going to say," she answered, the colour creeping into her face. "But I was going to say, now you'll not waste your life in regretting what is past and over. You're not the sort of person to waste life in regrets. I should think you would take all the best of the love and friendship and work them into your life to make it better." The words were as simply spoken as they were simple in themselves. Their very simplicity made an appeal to the man who heard them, for like all the best men, Rupert, man of the world though he was, had a very simple nature. "Weave the past into the future," he answered thoughtfully. "Not sweep it away and try to forget it, but let it be woven into my life. Is that what you mean?" "Yes, that's what I mean. Only you have to put it into better words. I never think it's quite right to try and sweep away a past, even if it has hurt us. It always seems as if it must be so much better to use all that was good in the past and let it help to make the future better. I don't think I believe in stamping things out and burying them and being ruthless over them. Isn't it better to take the good from them and bury the rest?" Rupert's eyes were fixed on the girl's face, which had grown eager and intent over the thoughts she was trying to express, and as he watched her a smile broke up the ruggedness of his own features. She was quite unconscious of his gaze, but a soft colour had come into her cheeks as she spoke, and the man who looked at her realized that hers was more than mere girlish prettiness. She had taken off her hat, and the sunlight fell upon the dusky masses of her hair, showing golden gleams in its dark threads. Her eyes, green and deep and very soft, made Rupert think of a stream in Switzerland, beside which he had stood only a few weeks back, a stream whose waters shone in the sunbeams, showing dark and green and soft in the shade. The colour that had crept into the pure whiteness of her cheeks tinted them as a white rose is sometimes tinted, and for the first time Rupert was aware of a faint yet definite likeness between the girl at her side and the woman he had loved. Perhaps it was in her expression more than in any actual resemblance between the two women's faces that the likeness lay, for something of Margaret's nobility and serenity seemed to be reflected on the younger countenance, and with that thought there flashed into his mind, too, the words Margaret had spoken to him before she died. He had never remembered those words again until now, and they recurred to him with extraordinary force. She would make a man who cared for her a most tender and loving wife. She has a sweet, strong soul. A sweet, strong soul. Those words rang in his brain with odd persistence, whilst his eyes watched Christina's profile as she sat silently looking out again across the moorlands. A sweet, strong soul. And there was such a strange restfulness, too, about the personality of the girl. Young though she was, he remembered how conscious he had been of that restfulness on the day when he had sat and talked to her in Mrs. Nairne's parlour. That same restfulness stole over him now, and some of the haunting misery within him died away. "So you don't believe in a ruthless chopping away of the past?" he asked, going back to her last words. "Oh, no," she exclaimed vehemently. "I am sure we are meant to use the past as a foundation stone for the future. Each thing in turn comes into our lives, joy, sorrow, pain, difficulty, and they all have to help together to build it up into perfection. But I've no business to be sitting here preaching sermons. I must go home and relieve Mrs. Nairne of Barbara and write to Cicely and—" "No, wait here a little longer," he interrupted imperiously, laying a hand on her arm, as she attempted to rise. "I am a returned traveller, and you are to tell me all the news before you go back to Barbara, who, I am morally convinced, is supremely happy with Mrs. Nairne." "Supremely," Christina laughed. "She was going to help warm the scones for tea, and perhaps you will come and help us eat them," she added shyly. "Barbara would be so pleased if you came to have tea with us again." "And you? Would you be pleased?" "Of course," but she looked away from him as she spoke, and the soft rose tints on her face deepened ever so slightly. "Barbara and I were very proud of giving you tea in the little parlour last December." "I liked that parlour. I've pleasant recollections of it," he answered. "I liked the low ceiling, the oak-panelled walls, and the queer old-fashioned furniture. Yes, I'll come and have tea with you and Barbara to-day, but first tell me all about everybody." "You know Cicely has married Dr. Fergusson?" "I saw it in a chance paper. I've heard no details. I've simply drifted over Europe where my fancy or the demon of unrest led me, and I let nobody know where I was. I know practically nothing. Why did Cicely marry the doctor? He is a thorough good fellow, but—" "There isn't any but," Christina answered firmly. "Dennis Fergusson is one of the very best men in the world, and Cicely has been radiant ever since they were engaged. They were only married 3 weeks ago, and I wish you could have seen her face when she walked down the church. You would not have said but then." "Were her people annoyed?" "A little, but only a little, and only at first. I think they recognized how completely the marriage was for Cicely's happiness. After all, Denis is a gentleman, an absolute and perfect gentleman, and a good man. And those two things are all that matter. Yes, those things are all that matter. It is only sheer worldliness that demands more. And if Cicely is happy, why, let worldliness go hang. Poor little Cicely certainly needed a man to take care of her. And Barbara, that big property. But is Fergusson willing to give up his work? Cicely won't hear of his giving it up. The surgery in South London is to go as usual, and Cicely has insisted on having an assistant there to do the work when Denis cannot go himself, so that, as she expresses it, she is not depriving a poor man of his living, in allowing a rich man to profit by the surgery and its practice. I confess to being a little surprised that Fergusson ever got himself up to the scratch of asking a rich woman to marry him, Rupert said with some hesitation. It doesn't seem quite like the man. It wasn't in the least like the man, Christina answered demurely, and I'm afraid I made myself into a kind of matchmaker or god in the machine or something of that sort. Rupert laughed outright. It was all your doing, was it? He questioned, looking at her with smiling kindliness. Did you? I don't think I can exactly tell you how I worked the trick. She laughed a little confusedly. But Cicely says it wouldn't ever have happened but for me, and I'm glad. So am I, very glad. Fergusson is a lucky man. A man who gets a woman like Cicely to take care of him may consider a part of every day well spent if he spends it in singing a te deum of his own. And Sir Arthur's lost pendant, was it ever found? Yes, eventually the police traced the woman who had been in the railway carriage with Lady Congrave's bag, and she confessed to having stolen the jewel. After these words, silence again fell between them, until Christina once again made an attempt to rise. I ought to go back, she said, when Rupert's detaining hand again fell on her arm. Barbara. Why should you go back when I want you here? Was the audacious response. I want you much more than Barbara does. The hand he had laid on her arm lingered there. Over the latter half of his sentence his voice had sunk almost to a whisper. The rose tints on Christina's cheeks brightened. I believe I've been wanting you for quite a long time, he went on, deliberately, his eyes watching how the colour came and went on her face, his hand still resting on her arm. Would you like to know how often, when I was wandering about the byways of Europe, I thought of that evening in Mrs. Nant's oak-panelled parlour, when I told you so many things about myself? Would you like to know how often you came into my mind? Christina's dark head was a little bent. Her eyes were fastened on a clump of bracken and blazing golden in the level sun rays. Her voice was very low and a little shaky. I shouldn't have thought you would remember me at all, she said, the touch of his hand upon her arm filling her with a sensation of strange gladness. On that afternoon I told you, I'm sure I told you, how restful you were, Rupert continued, speaking with an eagerness that gave him an oddly boyish manner. Something in your personality rested me then, and I've never forgotten it. You rest me now, he added suddenly, his hand slipping from her arm and folding itself over her hand. I came here today, feeling as if the world were a sorry enough place, and I, a poor fool who had messed up my life, was at the end of my tether. But when I saw you sitting here in the sunshine, I felt as if some day the sunlight might come back into my life. Could I bring it back? Her voice still shook, but she lifted her eyes bravely to look into his face, and he bent nearer to her and gathered both her hands into his. Little Christina, he said, I don't know whether it is fair, even to think of asking you to spend your fresh young life in bringing sunshine back to mine. But because I'm a selfish brute, because I want you, I'm going to ask you what I believe I've no right to ask you. And yet it was Margaret's thought too, Margaret's wish," he added under his breath. "Aunt Margaret's wish?" the girl exclaimed. "That that you—" She broke off confusedly, trying instinctively to draw her hands from his, but feeling the clasp tighten over them. "Shall I tell you what she said to me about you the very last time I saw her?" he asked. "I think she knew I was going to be very lonely, and she spoke of you. I've not forgotten the actual words she used. They came back to me just now as I sat here beside you. She said she would make a man who cared for her a most tender and loving wife. She has a sweet, strong soul." More and more vividly the colour deepened on Christina's face, and she did not answer, because speech at that moment was a physical impossibility. Only her hands lay passive in his grasp. She no longer tried to draw them away. "I think Margaret knew how I should learn to need you," Rupert went on, his voice vibrating along the girl's nerves and sending little thrills of happiness through her whole being. "She understood how much you could help me if you would." "If I would?" she echoed, the tremulous gladness in her voice. "But I am so young and so ignorant, not a bit worthy of all you say," she ended incoherently. "Could you some day learn to care for me, if I tried to make you care?" was his answer. "Could you some day care for an old fellow like me, who hasn't even the best of his life and love to offer you? Could you do that, little girl?" "I don't call you an old fellow," she said indignantly, "and I don't think I have got to learn to care. I think I have learned already." Very gently, with a sort of tender reverence, he drew her into his arms and kissed her, and then put her away from him again, and said quietly, "Is it fair to you? I wonder, is it fair to you to take all your best and give you only the second best in return?" "But I would rather have your second best than the best from any other man in the world," she said quickly. "What then, if it is a greater joy to me to think of being your rest and sunshine than to be anything else in the world? What then?" She put her hands upon his shoulders, pushing him a little further from her, that she might look fully into his eyes. "I don't believe any man really ever understands a woman," she added, inconsequently, with a laugh. "Where have you learned your knowledge of mankind?" he questioned. "And what makes you say we don't understand the other half of the world?" "Because if you did, you would know that when a woman cares for a man, she would rather just be a servant in his house than go altogether out of his life. Perhaps we all prefer the best, but a woman who cares would rather have the second best than nothing at all." "And are you a woman who cares?" he whispered, drawing her back into his arms with a sudden sense of her sweetness, her desirableness. "Would you rather be—" "You haven't asked me yet to be anything," she answered with a touch of audacity that sat charmingly upon her. "At least you only mentioned rest and sunshine and intangible things of that sort." "And if I asked you to be my wife?" His lips were very near to hers. His voice in itself was a caress, and Christina's heart-beats nearly choked her. "If I want you for my wife, little girl." Her answer was quite inarticulate, if indeed she answered him at all, but she allowed him to kiss her lips, and Rupert knew that her answer was given him with that kiss. You would not have let any man kiss your lips unless you loved him well enough to marry him, he said, after a moment's pause, and Christina looked at him with happy, laughing eyes. I would not let any man kiss me at all, unless I wanted to marry him, she answered. And you want to marry me? Rupert interrupted with a boyishly spontaneous laugh, such as she had never heard from him before. Yes, I want to marry you, she said demurely, drawing herself away from him again and looking mischievously into his face. And do you know, this isn't the first time I have thought of marrying you? What do you mean? Rupert's mystified expression brought a dimpling smile out upon her face. Do you remember the girl who answered your advertisement in the matrimonial column of a certain Sunday paper? That girl? That girl? Was it you? He exclaimed. Were you the girl to whom I wrote? The girl I appointed to meet at Margaret's house? Could any coincidence be more strange? It was C.M. who answered that advertisement, because she was at the very end of her resources, her hope, Christina answered gravely. I felt horrible when I did it. I felt you would think the very worst of me for writing to you at all, but I was nearly in despair that day. There seemed just a loophole of escape for me, if I found you were kind and good. Poor little girl, my poor little girl. His arm drew her close. You wrote the dearest, most simple little letter. I never thought the worse of you. I never thought badly of you at all. I made up my mind to help you get work, and I recommended you to Cicely. At least I went so far as to tell Cicely I knew of someone who might do for Barbara. But she didn't take me on your recommendation. No, she said references were necessary, and in the end she took me practically with no references at all. And the story has just worked itself out to this wonderful ending. Is it such a wonderful ending? He helped her to her feet, and they stood watching the golden sun drop slowly towards the golden hills. Is it the ending you had chosen for yourself? When I told Barbara fairy stories, the prince used to have a curious family resemblance to you, she answered. I like to make my fairy prince like you, because I think I knew you were the best prince in all the world, she whispered, the king of my kingdom. End of chapter 23. Recording by Asher. End of Christina by L G Moberly.